I think this is going to take us to a new day when we exit here. I think. Yeah. I'm from the wrong part of California to have grown up with knots, but I went once on vacation and not during the festival, but I still did manage to have boysenberry at every meal. Oh my goodness. Y'all are making me hungry for something I've never even had. It just sounds good. Also, thank you all who reposted the going live post. I appreciate you. Helping us let friends know we're hanging out. Very kind of you. Oh my gosh, wait. No, they're lurking. I'll tell them if they come out of lurk later. Also unrelated, but I did see this in the group. Well, related to Animal Crossing. I don't know how many of you are playing, so I don't know how relevant this is to y'all. But Nerd posted in the Animal Crossing Discord that they have turnips at 464 right now. So if anybody needs turnips for a good price. Hello everyone, this is Tom Nook and it is 12:55 p.m. on this happy Thursday, March 12th. Close. It's the same time, but I time traveled so we could make progress, which will probably happen some more. There's not really much news today, so instead I'll share some valuable tips about trinket living. Now I'm going to share some info on highly prized items you can get via the Miles Redemption services. Today, I'd like to talk to you about the Nook Ink wetsuit. Once you put on a wetsuit, you'll be able to go swimming in the ocean. And if you enjoy diving, you might even discover some of the many sea creatures living just off of our shores. So if you'd like to find out what our lovely waters have to offer, redeem some miles to get your wetsuit. That's all from me. Bye now. This is my Forever Island, so I named it Trinket because I think it can go with any theme that we choose to modify it to in the future. If that makes sense. It's also just one of my favorite words. I live vicariously through all the Animal Crossing players. My Japanese auntie was obsessed with their restaurant. We would go there regularly without visiting the rest of the park. Ooh. I love that. I love that. We have some DIY recipes. Oh yeah, we got I knew about those. Okay. I can't remember if Blathy's already has these, but I think my main task right now is to donate things to Blathy's. So we'll get scooting. We're going to obviously do our dailies too because what's up, pal? Hey, Axel. Hey, I heard you're getting stuff together to build us a shop. Good hustle, B. Let me know if there's anything heavy I can lift. Wonk. He's kind of growing on me. He won't be able to stay because he doesn't match the theme, but also I hate the aesthetic of Rocket, but she's been very sweet, I won't lie. She mostly just sits down under trees like this, and then sometimes she goes fishing for hours. And she gave me a cute DIY, so far it's not been too bad having her on the island. Surprisingly. I've had other villagers who annoyed me more than Rocket has so far. Please let me know if you have items to donate or need assistance. I'm here to help. Ooh. Marvelous. What would you like to donate? Oh good, 3 of these fish can count. Hooty hoo, this must be a crucian carp. Now might I interest you in a few fascinating facts about your crucian carp? Wonderful, I would love nothing more. I wonder, do you know how to tell the difference between a crucian carp and a standard issue carp? It's quite easy to tell the two apart. One must simply locate the barbels, or rather the lack of them. And just what is a barbel, you ask? Well, a barbel looks a little like something like a mustache. A run-of-the-mill carp will sport this unsightly quote-unquote facial hair. while a crucian carp is considerably better groomed. I tried to grow a mustache when I was younger, and never did fill in quite right. All for the best in the end, as mustaches go much better with noses than beaks. And there you have it. Fascinating stuff, no? Bravo and thank you. Once the museum is complete, it shall be displayed with the utmost dignity. Cute. I know, the museum is so cute. And the tent is cute. And honestly, the museum's kind of ugly. Hi, Toast. Oh, you got a yeller. Around row. Has anyone ever told you that your cat looks like an orange cream saver? No, but they have told us that he looks like a floorboard in a picture where he was laying on our floorboard, where I was like, yeah, I can't deny that. And it was the most accurate description of Fig ever. And I was like slightly offended, but also like, damn, red for filth. Like I saw a TikTok the other day where someone came into Vanilla Mace's chat, and I don't watch their streams actively, but I know of them just as like a bigger queer creator. And they have a shaved head right now. And someone came in and told her that she looked like a particular Lego. They said like, you look like Lego number like 4217. So she looks it up. It's the bald cap for Lego characters. I like her vibes a lot. She's very funny. I'm not like a huge watcher of big content creators, not because I dislike them or are unhappy about their success or anything like that, but chats can just be really overwhelming. Also, hi Angel Lizzie. But I've been more interested lately because she's finally stopped hanging out with so many of the more problematic content creators. I think when she first got like really big really fast, they were really kind to her and like welcomed her in, which is great, but I don't think that they were good for her. That is like my place to say, but the only other big content creator I watch is Pokey. Mostly her YouTube videos. I don't really watch her streams. He does match your floors alarmingly well. Listen, I'm surprised that I've never stepped on the boy, but he doesn't lay on the hardwoods that often. To CatCon, cute. That sounds fun. I should check out the vlogs. That might be more my speed, honestly. May I interest you in a few fascinating facts about your yellow perch? I just get clips of them on my For You page. Wonderful. I would love nothing more. The yellow perch is certainly worth squawking about. I find it a sight to behold. That jagged dorsal fin, those brilliant stripes, those glorious colors, it truly is the specimen. Or quite the specimen. I would be thrilled to witness it firsthand in its natural environment, but the yellow perch's peak season is winter, I'm afraid. So very afraid of winter's biting chill. And there you have it. Fascinating stuff, no? Yes, you gotta do a check-in, Aaron. Hi, Lex. Welcome in. Happy 250 happy flaps. Oh my goodness gracious. That's so cool. I like it. I like it because so... My coworker specifically likes sending me them and always really good. It's literally a task on my to-do list. Let's go. Cute. My old dog matched our kitchen tile alarmingly well. I never stepped on her, but when she would tuck her white patches against the heat coming off the fridge, I did lose that hard of hearing creature multiple times. Hi, Pretty Tea. Welcome in. Thank you for the daily click. How are you? Marvelous. What would you like to donate? Who? Why, this is a loach. Now, might I interest you in a few fascinating facts about your loach? Oh, I guess I also watch Lil Simsy, which is technically a large creator as well. Boots is the same shade as Shadows. His gray fur makes him invisible. Oh no. Yeah, Junie's also, she's gray, so she could be easy to lose, but she's loud, so it doesn't really happen. Loaches are a large group of bottom-feeding freshwater fish. Because there are so many species, it is difficult to generalize about them all. The one thing they have in common is perhaps their most unappealing trait, the name loach. Repellent, isn't? They should have just called it the cockloach and been done with it. Ew, what? Loach. Loach just tastes terrible in the beak. And there you have it. Fascinating stuff now. Bravo and thank you. Once the museum is complete, it shall be displayed with the utmost dignity. 8 more donations. Okay. Good, good. Hi, Gothic Pluto. Welcome in. Tanruki, hello. Welcome. Hi, friends. How was your stream, Pluto? I hope it was good. Yeah, I think anybody can answer too, Aaron. That's fine. No worries. If you need to raid and fade friends who came on in with Pluto, please do take care of yourself. But if you would like a cozy space to land, my name is B. I use they, them pronouns. I am a queer and disabled full-time cozy VTuber here on Twitch. We play a lot of different cozy games. We also like to craft sometimes on this channel. And no matter what we do, we try to keep it very sensory friendly and lurk friendly. So if you like spaces like that, feel free to hit the follow button, join us for future streams. And if not, no worries, but welcome on in. Thank you for thinking of us. Toasty, we also have the exact same gender today. I also got the Krobus gender. And we had a question redeemed for chat, which was, what is your favorite type of museum to visit? And I think Charlie said art. Nerd said any, though I love art, science, and natural history. That was the one for them to get. History museums. I'm very fond of the African Art Museum in DC, though. Also very fond of aquariums. Do aquariums count as museums? Because I would probably say that then, because I love petting the stingrays at aquariums. Hee hee. But other than that, probably history museums, and I particularly really like any museums that are a little bit more interactive. I like art, the concept of art museums, but so often the ones I've particularly been to is very silent and everybody walks really quietly around and no one says anything. And I'm like, I do like quiet spaces, but like, I don't know. I like interactive museums where you can learn things and engage with things, and there's random like, oh, you can listen to this thing now and you can touch that thing now and that kind of thing. Although I did go to a really cool museum once, or it was more of an art gallery, I guess, where this artist did art with like fabric art and dirt from her home country. She would fill the fabric with the dirt from her home country and make these really cool sculptures, mostly of people. And art like that, that's more tangible, even if I can't touch it while I'm watching it, can be really cool. Yeah, we went to the ice cream museum. That one was really fun too. No worries, Gothic. Take care of yourself, love. Thank you. I think fish are works of art. So I count them. Where I live, museums has great museums for being a small city. Our town was put on the map by lumber barons, and one of them built an awesome art museum. Oh, very cool. I love aquariums, but sadly, when I went to the New England Aquarium in Boston, I found it to be a little underwhelming in terms of aquarium and overwhelming in terms of people. That's so real. That's super fair. I really like the Smithsonian Museum of American History back in the day when I lived there. The difference, I guess, would be caring for the live animals slash fish and fossils and objects. On that note, is a zoo a museum of live animals? In a way, because you are also reading and learning about like the animals and the conservation of them as well. Which, I don't know, I have complicated feelings about zoos. I feel like some of them are very good and helpful and there to take care of the animals, especially injured animals who need. And then some of them feel very problematic in the fact that they don't really give the animals the right environment they need. So my whether I like a zoo or not really depends on the vibe of the zoo. The newspaper slash print museum I went to a while back with my dad, and we were the only ones there, and they let us use a typewriter, which was cool. Ooh, I love that. I don't like Meow Wolf. It was overstimulation as hell, but there's a smaller gallery in Denver that has the same vibe, local art, and it's all interactive, and that one's so fun. If you like museums, etc., there's good tours of them online because of the COVID lockdown days. Yes, I know that because a lot of times people will use them with their students. I would take my kids on those online tours when we were running online summer camp. We had a very cool kids museum where I grew up that was very active in sea turtle conservation. I got to go to a rehab type zoo, and we got a special tour once when I was younger. I think it was part of my Upward Bound program, which was my college like prep assistance program for low income first gen kids, and we got to go behind the scenes and see the sea creatures who, I think it was an aquarium actually, the sea creatures who were like too unwell to be in the public eye. Even also, Puffs, thank you for the stream streak. So we got to see the regular aquarium with all the fish and stuff like that, but we got to go behind the scenes and see the fish that they were specifically working on rehabilitating. So it was things like there was a big old turtle, I think a sea turtle, I'm not sure the exact like breed, but they had like a broken shell, and so they can't put them in the regular containment because of infection, because someone could attack the turtle and then he wouldn't have his protection, etc. So he was in like a special tank with like water with special medicines and stuff in it, and so it was very cool to see like the behind the scenes where they're actually working on like the conservation stuff. How do I feel about Planet Zoo? I want to like it so bad. I love watching people who are good at it play it, like genuinely enjoy it as much as watching anything else. The game is so confusing. It's they made it too good. Which is not anybody's fault. If you like zoos, you should play Planet Zoo. It's good, but like it's really complex and too much reading and too much math for me. But I do love watching it. The Australian Zoo, that would be cool. That would be very cool. I think there's a balloon in the background, but we don't have a thing yet to hit them. You like the Detroit Zoo? They have a lot of conservation and breeding programs for endangered or going to be endangered animals. The amount of joy I took in visiting the New Orleans aquarium and seeing all the work they were doing in the Gulf was a joy. Also getting to special interest dump on my friends about turtles, rays, and penguins. Oh, speaking of rays, this is not like a real ray situation, but like a I don't know how to explain what I'm trying to say. Also, sorry about the ad. It's coming up in like 5 seconds. I should have given you a warning before that, but I saw one of my friends had like an alert, the throne alert on social media that they had somebody had funded for them a like those you can get like stuffed animals that can get heated in the microwave, and then you can put them on you when you have your period and stuff, or like tummy cramps. It was a stingray. I was like, I need to investigate more after stream. I was like, I need to go see what this is. I must acquire. I am. Welcome in. Planet Zoo is so hard. I love Planet Zoo, but it confuses me so bad. I used to love to play this game called Sim Safari. I wish I could play it again. It was so good. Sim Safari and Sim Park were so good. I never played those ones. I didn't. Oh my gosh, I didn't hear that, Ghoul, but that's very exciting. Your neck, no! But quitting the contract job. That's good. I'm proud of you. She's gonna give me, I think, iron nuggies, usually, or one of your villagers will give you. Oh, no, she gave me a shovel. Cool. Okay, we could sell these fish because Blathy's already has those. And then we should probably get the wetsuit. I think I ordered it, but I don't think it's saved. We'll have to go check. So that we can get more fish we don't have more easily. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Streak. Everybody been streaking today. Truly. It's funny because I actually already have a shovel, but they give me a better one, so I guess I can't complain. I never use this, but I guess I'll keep it for now, for cataloging purposes. You hear that, chat? We're going streaking. Oh, that's odd, nerd. I wonder why. It's so funny early game when every bell counts. Stop pressing the wrong button, B, please. I have actually. I did a visit, Alex, to New Orleans, and when we were there, we did a tour where you would go through like some of the swampier areas and you got to see the gators, and the gators were pretty used to them coming through in that area because they come through all the time, so they are pretty willing to like come up to the boat. Obviously you don't like touch them or anything because they are still wild technically, but it was interesting because there was one gator there who is actually disabled. He has a busted jaw, and the only reason that he essentially lives is because they feed him every day when they go by. So he's been able to, like, because he can't hunt in the way that gators usually do. I call it a water fountain as well. I'm from the Midwest. My partner's from New England, though, and I don't really ever hear them call it a bubbler, but they said that it's called that here a lot. I've also never really heard anyone call it that here, but I believe them because they've lived here for a long time. More than once, I was low-key trapped in my housing development because this 9-foot mammoth of a croc was vibing in the middle of our street. That's terrifying and also funny. We had a similar vibe when I was growing up because I lived out in the country for a long part of my childhood, but it was like bears that would randomly. No, I don't live in Boston. I live in New England, but I don't specify exactly where for safety purposes. Oh yeah, that's right. We have a house now for storage. Congratulations on the construction of your new home. Here are a few tips for comfortable living. Listen, besties, I do know how to Animal Crossing, I promise. We need to get a bed because this, I think Luna will give us one at some point because this camouflage bed is not my thing. They call it a water bubbler where you are, Kiwi. Yeah, I've heard that before. But yeah, sometimes I'd be late to school because a bear would randomly be like going through our trash can or something, and we couldn't go outside until um he left. Oh yeah, I can put these in storage because we can pull from storage with crafting now. So that's good. Let's organize this a little bit. I'll put the flimsy shovel here for now. Tools. Watering can. Regular shovel. Wood. Also, because I lived out in the country and this area that I lived would flood sometimes, there was one point where I couldn't go to school for like 4 days or something like that. And at some point, my parents were like, okay, well, we have to get you back to school. And also, my friend was with me, and her parents were like, hello, we want our child back. And we were like, yeah, I mean, I know, but like, it's flooded. Like, what do you want us to do? So we borrowed the neighbor's canoe, and this was like fall, so the water was cold. We borrowed the neighbor's canoe and canoed across the floodwater to get to school. And I tell people that, and they low key don't believe me. They're like, it sounds like when parents will be like, and I had to walk 1 mile up the road, down the hill. Rah, 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 rah. Hi, Lindsay. And I'm like, no, for real. It really did happen. And I got really scared in the canoe, so my dad had to jump out and push the canoe or jump in the water and push the canoe because I thought it was going to tip over. Disaster. Also, in that same flood, not like the exact same one in the same year, but in the same road that would flood, because there was like this river that ran across our, like long like so there was like our street, but then it was all connected to like this longer country street. Anyways, it would flood each year oftentimes, and I got home before my parents most of the time. So one time I got home and it was flooded, and I was like, oh my gosh, I don't know what I'm gonna do because like it's probably too deep for me to walk through, and my parents don't get home until like 6, and I got off of school at like 2 something, and then would be home by like, I don't know, like 3:34. So I was like, I don't want to sit here for 2 hours, right? So like, okay, I have a lot of country living stories, honestly. And so I was like, oh. So, but then I got really lucky because one of the neighbors had like a tall pickup truck. Should you get into cars with strangers? Not really, but I don't know. Country living was kind of different. And he offered me a ride across. Well, because I had ridden across in his truck, I had a good idea of how deep the water was. And I knew that the water looked significantly. I know I'm also behind on chat. If I miss anybody's message, y'all can repeat if you need to. I knew that it was much deeper than it looked. So, so this was the information I was operating with. So my mom gets home with her convertible, which is a low to the ground sports car that my parents owned for whatever reason. And she, obviously wants to get across. And I tell her, I said, Mom, I went through it in a big pickup truck, and it still went over the majority of the pickup truck's tires. I do not think that you should take your convertible and try to drive through this. But did she listen to me? No, because for some reason, parents seem to think that their teenagers are dumb. I'm like, okay, you can try. She drives it through. She gets the car stuck and floods the engine and ruins the car permanently. I'm like, well, I tried to tell you. I even offered, she got stuck. I said, do you want me to come walk through the water to come help you push the car out because you can't push it out by yourself? She was like, no. Like, okay. Well, it sits in the water this whole time. You're going to have permanent damage. No. Okay. Now you're down a whole car, but fine. If you want, I guess. It's so interesting. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Puppo. I'm seeing if our free furniture item is on this side of the... We technically have access to the other side of this river. We should go check it out. We haven't checked it out at all. Because we got our pole thingy. We don't have a ladder to go up yet, though, I don't think. So, a little bit limited in that way, but... You don't even have Animal Crossing. Leaf's not on my island, so... I think I'm gonna have to say no to help you have an answer. I love the rationality of a neurodivergent kid. She says having been an autistic kid. Yes, one of my other times that I was most obviously neurodivergent is that I hated any pretend holiday things. Like the Easter Bunny, I literally looked at my parents one day at a dinner and said, "The Easter Bunny is not real, right?" And my dad said, "You really want to know, right? Do you really want to know the answer?" I said, "Yes." He said, "No." I said, "Okay. I still want Easter candy though." He said, "Okay." Oh. Um Let me catch up on some of y'all's messages you sent while I was yippity yapping back here though. Yeah, you had a lot of bears in Colorado. That makes sense. But when I tell you I moved and I was like, oh, little black bears, that's fine. Just out of sheer relief over the lack of gators, pythons, and iguanas. Like, even if your boss isn't in Florida, he should still believe you. Hey, we have to call you out back about the apartment. There's an alligator outside. Hi, Lindsay. Welcome in. One time, my sister woke me up in the middle of the night so casually, like, knock, knock. There's a bear on the porch. And I was like, no, there isn't. Go to bed. And she was like, insisted, no, really. So I sent my hubby to check. And the next thing I know, I hear is the hubby, get out here, bear. And was, oh my gosh, there really was a bear. Yes, about 10 years ago now, Metro Detroit / the city of Detroit, the highways flooded so bad that my county sheriff department was dispatched down to the flooded highway with their sheriff boats to rescue people in the floodwater. Wow. That's wild. That's a nice deal, though. We still gotta be in business. I still want candy, though. Come on now. You know? Was the other couple other funny country living stories. I woke up with a squirrel on my chest once. That's always a fun fact. He had gotten in through our dryer, like the open part of your dryer, because it went outside to the outside of our house. And he had gotten in the house, and I woke up and he was on my chest, and I just tried to stay extremely still because I did not want him to bite me, and I did not want rabies. So I stayed really still, and then finally, when he got off of me, I screamed and went upstairs to my parents and was like, "There's a squirrel in the house!" We also had a bat get in the house once. That was terrifying. And TW spiders, but we had a wolf spider come up our bathroom sink once while my brother was brushing his teeth. Living in the country is Not for the faint of heart. Oh, I was like, what? I was so confused, Meg. Hi, E. I unfortunately have bats that get trapped in the house where I live now, and they are dangerous, so we try our best to get them out safely. The scariest things like about bats is that they can bite you without you knowing in your sleep. So usually if you have a bat in your house, you're supposed to go get like a rabies shot like every time. And I'm like, I don't want to. I don't actually want to though. And I don't know where it is. Oh no. Not that. I think it was very young, maybe 4 or 5, and I told my dad I no longer believed in Santa, the Tooth Fairy, or anything else like that because the Easter Bunny was alive. My logic was if there was a mammal that could lay eggs, I'd have a special little zoo books about it, and nature shows would cover it like they do the platypus. And anyway, my reading was suddenly monitored, not the monitored reading because you were smart enough to. I'm dead. I went to college in the UP and woke up to an alert that there was a moose on campus. It was rutting season. The moose saw his reflection in the window. He charged the window and got stuck. It was a laundry room window, and there were students doing laundry. Some students got scratched by the broken glass, and the moose got himself unstuck, and he was okay. Yeah, I've heard that for people who live in areas with, is it meese? I hate that, but I think that's technically the correct term. Question mark? I don't remember which of my tools broke. That they're actually like very dangerous and they have to be like very careful around them. Plural is still moose. Okay. I think I should have been rewarded. I agree. I figured out that my parents were lying about Santa Claus as well at one point. Because I was telling my mom what I wanted for Christmas. And I don't remember what it was. I was like, I want this thing for Christmas from Santa Claus. Or I want this thing from Christmas for Christmas from Santa Claus because I was like writing it on my list or whatever. And I need to save up for this. And my mom was like, "Oh, I should check the. I need to check the mailbox before I buy this." Meese. See, I've heard meese too. Is that fake news? Also, hi Lulu. It's good to see you. What was I gonna say? Oh, the Santa Claus thing. So I was telling her what I wanted on my Christmas list or whatever, and she goes, "Are you sure? Because I bought you that robot dog toy last year and you never played with it." And I looked at her and I was like, "I thought Santa Claus bought that." And she was not emotionally prepared for that response, so she did not know what to say. Okay, it's my net that I need to repair. Sounds good. And that's the day that Santa Claus got exposed. Not that I wasn't suspicious anyway, but. Accidentally saw a Lego set that Santa gifted him in my closet, so he found out Christmas morning when the Lego set was there. He didn't tell me he knew for a year, though, because he didn't want me to be sad. That happens so often, which is, like, so freaking precious of kids. I think if I ever have kids, obviously it'll be a decision between Toasty and I, but I think I will do things to try to create that Christmas or holiday magic or whatever, but just that don't necessarily involve like lying to them. Because I didn't really like that as a kid. I think there are ways you can create holiday traditions that are still really fun and magical without. And not that I'm judging anybody who chooses to uphold Christmas and stuff like that. That's fine. But just for myself personally. Stacked with presents, and you were like, oh, damn. You know, Toasty is a troublemaker. They used to go into their parents' closet, unwrap their Christmas gifts, and rewrap them so they could know what they were. I said, you better not teach our kids that. No, why? I keep clicking it right away because it's usually the top thing, but because we need to get him this stuff, that's the top thing. It's driving me bonkies. I need to slow down. I found out when I was 5, I think. I was being a snothead and my mom was not handling it well. And I said something along the lines of, yeah, Santa won't come if I'm being fresh. And then she told me, and my dad was very upset. Oh no. Yeah, that's fair. I remember, my parents would have moments like that. It wasn't about Santa Claus, but just things that they didn't agree on. And like sometimes one would do without the other. Like, my dad was obsessed, now looking back on it in a weird way, with certain aspects of me as a kid. Like he really liked when I had like long hair. And in his defense, he would take care of it, and do fun braids with it and stuff like that. So it was like part of the way we connected. But eventually I kind of expressed wanting to cut my hair, and he didn't really want to let me do it, and my mom was not a fan of that. And I, as an adult now, agree you should let your kids do what they want with their appearance as long as it's not gonna, harm them or anything like that. And so my mom took me to get my hair cut because I kept asking to get my hair cut. Because the thing is that I had really long, thick hair, like to my butt thick, or to my butt lengthwise, and very thick. I still have very thick hair. Um, and in the summers and stuff, like I'm a kid, I can't really brush my hair all the way down to the back. And although my dad was really good at taking care of my hair and helping me with that, it's not like he left it to my mom. It was just very obvious at that point that I was old enough where I wanted to be independent, but I couldn't really be independent with my hair. And also, I was like hot all the time in the summer. So she was like, okay, I'll take you to get your hair cut. Oh my gosh. When I got home and my hair was chopped to like my shoulders, my dad was so mad. And I don't necessarily know if he was actually mad about my hair being cut, but he was mad because my mom did it without telling him. As a kid, I we grew up with the concept that everybody got to be the spirit of Santa Claus. We were the ones who brought my dad a pillowcase, wanting him to dress up, pretend a beard, and play Santa for us. See, that's cute. It's playful, but like not a lie, and I think that that's good for kids. He stepped on you in the middle of the night. That's hilarious, Teller. That's so funny. Elf on a Shelf is horrifying. I've seen some TikToks of people doing Elf on a Shelf. And there was one girl who was very much giving neurodivergent child who's very logical, like me. And she was so funny. She was very sassy. Like there was one time the joke was the elf had used her toothbrush or something like that, or her like toilet paper or whatever, and she was like, why is he using my toothbrush? We can get him his own or something. All of her reactions were like that. We need to get this man out of my house. We never did Elf on the Shelf when I was younger, though. I didn't watch the video essay, but I have heard a little bit about that. An odd haircut that I really, really wanted, so my mom let me, and the dad unfortunately cut my hair back to something a bit more normal. I know, parents are weird about letting kids have self-expression. I know sometimes a bit of it comes from fear of being bullied in school, but at the same time, you smush so much of your kid's personality trying to protect them from something that might happen. And honestly, I think there's an importance to teaching your kids how to deal with situations that might come up with, bullying and like difference of instead of just trying to avoid it. You can also just be really honest with your kids too, I think, more often than people think they can be. Like, have a conversation with them about it before they get their haircut and say, listen, I really like this haircut that you want to get for yourself. I'm happy to take you to get your haircut this way. And you really like this haircut. So I'm very excited for you. But I want you to understand that sometimes people struggle with someone who chooses to be different or do something outside of the norm. So there's a risk that people might try to pick on you for having this haircut. Do you still think that that's something that you want to do? And if so, we can talk about how you deal with situations that might come up. Or, like, I'm not wording it perfectly, but like whatever is appropriate for their age. But like giving them that choice, teaching them about, like, sometimes others who struggle with their self confidence might, not as a projection, right? Might bully you about you choosing to have self confidence in your own self expression. Excuse me. There's gotta be like books out there that talk about this as well. I had the same haircut I had since I was a baby. My mom gave me the generic bob and I went perfect. Listen, if it worked for you, it worked for you. I went rogue for about 3 years and lost the bob. I did use a photo of the oncler. What's the oncler? For my haircut inspo and then show that to my haircutting person. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. The surprise proposal boggles my mind. Are we not going to talk through a major life decision together? My parents, the way parents, specifically those that align with heteronormativity in their parenting, disagree but don't always talk those disagreements together is wild to me. Like, maybe let's communicate more. The way that Toasty and I talk about that every single day, honestly, when we hear stories, because we read a lot of Am I the Asshole and Am I Overreacting on Reddit. And when we do, the amount of conversations we wind up having about um like how is it that so many hetero couples just don't talk to each other about anything important is wild. Hi Raiders, welcome in. Hi Sleepy. Sleepy, if you need to raid and run, I know I was hanging out with you earlier and I know you streamed for a really long time because you were having fun with Pokopia. Please, please, please do take care of yourself. I adore you. I really appreciate the raid. Y'all, if you're not already following Sleepiest, please go give them a follow. Actually, I'm using their emotes right now in our pinned message. They have super cute little clown emotes and a really lovely space. So definitely go give them a follow. But yeah, please do take care of yourself, pal. But for those of you who are joining us, if you don't know me, my name is B. I use they, them pronouns. I am a queer and disabled full-time cozy VTuber here on Twitch. We do sensory-friendly, lurk-friendly content, no matter what we're doing or playing. we try to keep things very relaxed, not a lot of loud alerts, very chill, so folks can co-work, parallel play, etc. In a more low sensory environment. It's obviously not perfect, but we try our best. So if that sounds like your cup of tea, feel free to hang out with us and welcome on in. Watching parents be not on the same page about their kids is my reality TV fix. Like, yo, my friend's kiddo drama is bananas. Toasty and I talk about what we would do in hypothetical situations about our hypothetical kids that don't exist already. So when heterosexual families, and it's not just them, but when they don't talk about things with their actual children that actually exist, it truly fascinates me. I'm like, how do you get through this world this way? I am Confucian. Also, Wizard, welcome in. I googled, I don't know who this man is, but I got the haircut vibes.
Would you like me to make you a lunchie? Would you like to make your own lunchie? I have to go in about 15, so something quicker for me.
You gotta eat lunch too, though, right?
Yes.
I was just thinking like regular sandwiches would be fine.
With the special meat and the cheese?
Yeah.
Approved. Anything fried? I've been trying to get B to eat cold cut sandwiches occasionally. Success.
I was gonna say cantaloupe, but I think that's too long now because you'd have to cut it.
We don't have a cantaloupe.
Oh, I thought we got cantaloupe and pears.
No, you said cantaloupe or pears.
I think I wrote both, but that's okay.
I mean, I can get you a cantaloupe.
At some point.
No. No dressed chilies?
No, those have been hurting my mouth. Either cashews. Yeah, cashews and maybe an orange cup.
I'm just bringing all my meds through. I'm not playing games.
Okay. Real puppo. Real. I am also ace, and I have an ace lesbian, so I also get to avoid that problem. Thank you, Sleepy, by the way. Have a good rest of your day. My parents never talk to each other. It makes me lose my mind. And thankful. Yeah. I just am like... The amount of times I have to genuinely question when I hear stories like that, I'm like, do you actually like each other? Like, my parents, I'm convinced they don't actually like each other. I think that they just stayed together because they've been together for over 20 years, and so now that's what's, like, really comfortable. Like, they're really familiar with each other, so even if it's not good, they'll just keep it. I even asked my dad one time, I was like, why don't you guys just get a divorce? I basically asked him, because they were always fighting and stuff. And I think he basically said something along the lines of like, oh, well, I don't want to start over at, 45 or 50 or whatever it was his age was. And I was like, I mean, we don't know how long we're going to live, but theoretically that's only like half your life, dude. I know people who found their forever person at like 80. That seems like a silly reason. I really need to get my hands on slingshot thingy because I keep seeing balloons. Yeah. And I mean, like, I think that it's complicated because they do love each other in the type of way of like having such an established long history together. And so, they have kids together and they, have experiences together that they really value and things like that. But like, they don't part of my parents' problem is they don't have hobbies and they don't have friends. And so I'm like, you are like nothing outside of your relationship and work. And I think that definitely makes it worse for both of them. No, but I think the comfort of the relationship discourages them from exploring those things. They feel like they don't need to because they come home every day to a person that's comfortable, that they can just like sit on the couch, watch TV, smoke, drink. You know what I mean? Like, I think when you move on, in most cases, like in my experience, I don't know if this is other people's experience. And again, I know I'm missing chat messages a little bit today. So again, if there's anything you want me to see that I miss, no worries on reposting. If you've been in a relationship for a long time and then you get out of a relationship, there's this, there really shouldn't be, because in an ideal relationship you keep yourself, you don't lose yourself in that relationship, but a lot of people struggle with losing themselves in a relationship, and I can understand it, you know, like there's a lot of codependence that can develop in relationship, and also you just start building your lives together, you start like making decisions together and stuff like that. And so when you break up with a person that you've been with for a decent amount of time, that you've been making life decisions with for a great amount of time, there's like an inherent encouragement, more so than when you're in the relationship, to do some self exploration and self discovery for the first time in a really long time. Now, will everybody do that? Absolutely not. There are some people who are just not willing to put in that work. 100% will still just mope about post breakup. And can you rediscover yourself in a relationship if that's the right relationship for you? Absolutely. You don't have to break up for that to be possible, but you know, you have to have that strength within the relationship to do it. A lack of emotional connection in that type of relationship doesn't allow for vocalization of how they're growing, so they inevitably grow apart. True. True. A huge part of being in a relationship, um, of any kind, romantic or platonic, but if it's like long term and meaningful, deep relationship, if you want it to be deep, is having really uncomfortable conversations that probably are really scary to have. And I find a majority of people say they want that, but don't in practice actually want or do that. Respectfully. My parents' divorce was probably the best thing for my mom. All the drama and anxiety that she dealt with were gone, and now suddenly she has hobbies and interests. Also, a new husband, but also a bowling league, and it's great. Yes. And not to get too deep into it, because, you know, I share a lot about my experience with my parents because that was also my story, but I also don't. I think it's hard to find that balance and not share like their story, which is theirs to share. But I'll just say this: one of my parents is actively discouraging when it comes to having hobbies and friends in an unhealthy way. And so I think if my parents were to ever split, the parent who isn't doing that would probably succeed at finding some hobbies and joy and friends. I think. Obviously, I don't know. But it would be harder now. I think 10 years ago, it definitely would have been better. They actually both asked me once if they should get a divorce and how I would feel if they got a divorce during a family vacation of all places. My childhood was interesting, chat room. And I think they were incredibly surprised when I said, yes, please, I beg, get the divorce tomorrow, yesterday. Did they? No. I told them that I wanted to. Well, it was because they got into a massive fight at Universal Studios. So it kind of brought everything up during the family vacation, unfortunately. They got into a blowout fight where my mom stormed away with no phone and no way to get in contact with us in a state we didn't live in. Rish smile. It was a disaster. Well, actually don't have a problem with them asking me the question. I appreciated it, and this might be very autistic of me. Um, Hi, Shadow. Welcome on in. And I know I missed your other message, Aaron. I'll try to go back to it in a second. I think it can be more harmful. In my case, my parents were unable to hide their problems, but I do think a lot of parents try to hide their problems from their kids. And I understand why big adult problems should not necessarily be the responsibility of a kid, and I do agree with that because I was parentified. I don't want to encourage parentification on any other kids, of course, but I think it's really bad for kids when they have no idea that their parents are struggling, that their parents are putting on like a positive front, and then the parents have to announce to the child that they're getting a divorce, and then for that child that is like shocking and like really dysregulating to the system. So the fact that I had an idea that my parents were considering that was helpful to me, but what I didn't like is what I think Golden had said above in the chat was why ask me my opinion and not follow through on it. What I didn't like is they clearly didn't really deeply consider that choice and like want to follow through on it before they asked me. So then it was like me expressing that I wanted the divorce to happen and then they didn't do it was kind of rough. That was my experience though. Also, hi, son, welcome in. I absolutely do think my parents are in love, but also recognize the toxic aspects of their relationship that they don't recognize. And the fact that they're not happy most of the time, it definitely impacts me. I think they would benefit from couples counseling or all of us from family therapy, but neither of them are willing to do that. And it sucks because I can't afford to move out on my own for the foreseeable. Honestly, I wish I could even have the words to express the empathy I have for you because if I had to live with my parents, which is a lot of disabled folks' experience, I think I would be destroyed as a human. Like, my worst mental health was when I had to live with my parents. And I'm not even no contact with my parents at this point, but we just do so, so, so much better at a distance. Like, being able to have a reasonable relationship. I would lose my Marbies, and not even in a hypothetical way if I had to live with my parents long term. Yeah, I really like honesty. I'm really like honesty, even to the degree of things that people think they typically shouldn't talk about. It weirds people out sometimes, but you know, Toasty's the one who has to deal with it, and it doesn't seem to weird them out. So thankfully, that's good. Thankfully, that's the only person that really matters at this point in time in my life. Because, like, I follow a couple that they're both neurodivergent and one of them is autistic, and they have a series. It's kind of a podcast series where they ask each other really deep, hard questions and they answer together, and they both answer very, very honestly. And I love that kind of communication. I think that's so, so, so important. Like, the most recent one I saw was one of them asked, how often do you think about leaving? And the other one answered, well, you have to understand that I have an avoidant attachment style. So my body's natural instinct when I feel really overwhelmed and dysregulated is to run. And that isn't because I don't love you, and it isn't actually how I feel. And I know I've done enough therapy to know that about myself, so I don't actually run. But if you're asking me how often I think about leaving, just think about it. It's a lot, but it's not something I want to act upon, because when I am regulated and thinking reasonably, I know that I'm actually very happy in this relationship and this is a good relationship for me. And like, seeing people have those kinds of very vulnerable conversations and being honest with each other, and the person asking not getting mad for the honest answer, love that. That's why Toasty and I get along so well. Oh, I'm sorry, Erin, about the time you tried to move out. That's tough. It was very tough. Oh, Clem, I'm glad that you resonate. I'm sorry you're feeling like extra low spoon today. I was wondering if I would get a chance to tell you this, and you do not have to respond because I know you said you were low on words. But I really wanted to say I really enjoyed hanging out in your stream yesterday. I even passed on your stream to one of my friends who I thought would really like it. The like really sensory friendly vibes and your amazing voice acting. I was floored last night. So just a little complimentary. I really appreciated what you were doing. Teehee. One day I will learn not to press the wrong button when talking to Timmy, but today is apparently not that day. Thank you, my love. Good luck at your appointment. Keep me updated.
Look at my. We're gonna order you blood work appointment.
Yep, probably. Of course, of course. No worries at all. I feel the energy even without the words. Don't worry. Ooh, that's a pretty wallpaper actually that we randomly unlocked really early. Um okay, I think I need a net and I think a fishing rod. All right, chat room, we have an ad popping up here in 3 minutes or so. So I'm gonna take a break to eat my lunch. It's just a small sandwich and some sides, so it shouldn't take me too long. But I always like to step away for lunch for a proper stretch break and stuff, and to encourage y'all to take care of yourselves, take your meds, hydrate, all the good things. For those who maybe already did those things and don't need some time, I will put up words on stream for enrichment. And y'all have fun, good luck, and I'll see you in a few minutes. Burb. I'm technically back, but y'all, we haven't made it this far in a really long time, so I'm gonna let y'all keep doing your thing. And then we can get back into it. Y'all are way better at this than me. My brain does not work like this, I fear. I left my brain cell back on the seesaw. Listen, I didn't even get one today. So, the late the later we get, the more I hate being forced to wait until the lock frees me. I'm like, this game is hard enough. You can't let me just answer the questions. I think our highest level is 28, but I can't remember for sure. Oh, nice. Can't believe we got this far on level 23 and with no toast. Holy guacamole. We're so close to perfect. My brain cell died though. Real. This is where it's so hard because they go so fast. It could be there, but it aren't. A G, I think, is fake. I don't think that helps much, but. Because foals worked, but goals didn't work. Nice try, y'all. Listen, for 26, that's still pretty good. Goldfish, nice. What a good last minute entry. Heck yeah. Congratulations to Puppo, 267. M with 150. Blake with 111. Shadow with 28. Herbivore with 28. Tiger with 25. Clem with 17. Smash with 8. And Meg with 6. Very good. GG's. Okay. Now we can get back into it. I'm horrible at word games. Listen, you're on the board. And that's what matters. That's what counts. Oh, sorry, I'll have double music. Let me fix that for you. You might have had that earlier too. My apologies if you did. Okay. Let's go get these assessed. I think we can get them assessed already. And also I need to save by maybe doing our daily stuff some points to see if we can get the better. I think we're due for the better tool recipe thingy. Ooh, I really like Rust Burrow Bee. I don't know why I really resonate with that. That's a really nice name. That's sick. If you wind up in the Discord, you should share photos of your island as you work on it if you feel comfortable. Oh, I guess he can't assess. Oh, he can. Okay. I wonder if these count towards contributions or not. Only if you want, pal. There's no pressure. Oh, they do count. Nice. I don't think I ever donated fossils for this part. That makes it easier. Can you villager hunt on those first 3 houses? I always struggle with that part. I have Tiger. I didn't finish it, but I played a lot. If you go on my VOD channel, you can watch the old episodes if you want. Ooh, cocoa is a good one. Thank you, Herb. Oh, okay. Because I do have a dreamy list. I feel like they always autofill on me before I have a chance with those first three. Oh, wait, he needs to assess the feathers, assess the fossils now. You go hunting before you put the stuff in the houses. Okay. That's good to know. That's fun. I've been dreaming more with my CPAP machine too, and the dreams feel so real, but then I can't remember them. It's very weird. I hate how before you get the actual museum, you can only donate them one at a time. My little brain is like, please. Please just let me give you all of them. I beg. You know, I actually might pin something else, though, although I do appreciate you pinning that. But we have a new YouTube video from yesterday I might snag in a second here. But I appreciate you nonetheless. Yes, my patience hates it too. Okay, I think after this we only need to donate 2 more. So we're doing pretty good. Hi, Fig. Welcome in. Yeah, 2 more. Okay, perfect. How are you today, lovely? How's your week going? Reminds me, anyways, that I need to update that timer. 1 second, chat room. Thank you for your patience. There we go. I don't know if you saw, but I did it. Oh, no, I didn't. Congratulations, love. How'd it go? A little stressy today because I have to socialize tonight, but otherwise I'm fine. Understandable. I get a little anxious with that too. I hope the socialization goes okay. Yes, let's go. I appreciate everybody who's already sent me some inspo. My biggest thing I'm really nervous about is terraforming for a city core island is very different than the terraforming that I'm used to. So I'm just kind of like intimidated, and Toasty was like, you should just watch some people build their city core island. So if anyone has videos like that where they're like doing that, 5-star, let's go, nerd. Congratulations. Also, hydrate reminder for everybody. Do I have my fishing rod now? Yeah, we can catch some more fish if we want. Or if we see any bugs we don't have. We only need 2 more, so it shouldn't be too bad. Oh yeah, and corporate spaces are intimidating too. It was fine. I didn't really share all of my feedback, but I'm hoping I'll have an exit interview situation to respectfully share how fucked the experience was. But I would basically just like my capacity has shifted. That's fair. That's super fair. I think that's a good way to let them know. It's like technically like you're not obligated to give them any more information than that, so. And I'm glad that you'll have a little bit more peace now. You deserve some more time for your hobbies and resting and stuff. You know, if it was a good fit, that'd be a whole different story, but they just were not taking care of you very well. The environment was nor good. Not the fish turning around the second that I throw the... Sir, stop being rude now. Thank you. We definitely already have all these fish, but the ones we have we can always sell. And they also want us to chop wood, which we need to do anyways. So. I love the green of this time of year, especially of the trees. I feel like the trees have such a soft, nice green right now. And the wind is so pretty, just blowing the little leaves in the air. They only want to give me very basic fish today, which I am fishing with a flimsy fishing rod, to be fair, so I get it. Yeah, even the blue water this time of year is really pretty. The balloons are taunting me again. What's new? I know, right? I love the beach. It's one of our few small points of contention, and it's not even very serious, obviously. But I am such a beach lad. I always want to get as many beach trips out of the summer as possible, which is hard sometimes because our most accessible beach that is like pretty COVID safe for us is Toast Parents' house, and Toast does not like the beach. So it's a interesting adventure, but they're very kind about, you know, understanding that it's important to me, and trying to fit in a decent number of beach trips during the winter. They just don't like the sand, which I can understand. You and I, listen, I would love, but I don't know where we go unless you have ideas. Because we don't really have any public ones. We go to Toast Parents private. It's like technically not private, but it's like only the local residents can go there, and there's almost never anybody else there. So that way we can be unmasked at the beach and while we're swimming. So I don't really know where else. I know. I grew up around the water a lot. Yeah, they don't like the sensory. They don't like the sand very much, and They're also an easy burn. They don't like the sun. They have really light blue eyes that are extremely sensitive to bright sun. So everything about the beach is just a little bit overstimulating for them, I think. They like pools more. And we do swim in the pools in the summer too. And I like pools as well. Our beach that we go to actually isn't very loud. There's no almost never anybody there except for us. And when there has been people there, it's like one other person, so we're able to keep our distance. The waves, yeah, I guess those could be kind of noisy. None of these are new fish, sadly. Yes, Toast Parents. If you ever visited Toast Parents, you would probably want a mask in their house because they don't take very good precautions. Although we're intending to talk about that with them soon because the 2 times that we've both gotten sick, although I didn't get COVID, I got something else, have been at their house. And they want us to visit all the time. And it's like, okay, well, we want to visit too, but I need you to do a little bit better. They won't mask, but what we're hoping to ask them to do is not do any big events before we come because we've told them, but they don't really listen. I have a beach there that just me and my neighbors share. No one is ever there. I'm grateful for that safe outdoor space being so close. We take the dogs and bring our chairs and spend the whole days in the summer sun. See, because Toast Parents have a little pool in their backyard. It's like a soaking pool. Um, and that's what like Toast prefers, but I don't because it's pretty small and then there's Toast Mom, Toast Dad, and they let the 2 dogs in it. I'm like, this is too much in a small space for me. Have I turned this in? I think so. Yeah, I get that. I miss being close to water too. We had a lot of beaches where I was growing up. They were just lake beaches. Beach life, fair, fair, fair. Listen. Solid second choice. Oop, missed that one. There's not a lot of good beaches near where we are. Not a lot of water, and then I feel like the beaches that there is are like usually like paid beaches and very busy. So we don't go to those. But we get a lot of pool swimming in at the local pools during the summer, which I love. Yeah, I never experienced that until I moved to New England and the East Coast either. Chicago's beaches wasn't like that. Like Wisconsin's beaches weren't like that. I went to New Jersey once for spring break. I keep messing up the fish because I'm distracted, but that's okay. And that was the first time I had learned about paid beaches, and then when I moved here as well. I don't think I've turned one of those in, so that's a good one. Have a good lurk, Shadow. I want to be wherever this Animal Crossing island is today. Something about the colors, the wind, the vibes, they just feel superb. Yeah, I agree. I think the reason that they do it is because there are often too many people who want to go to the beach. And so it's like a method of like limiting, I guess, like how many people can go. But I don't love the solution to that being making it inaccessible to people. Yuck, indeed. I miss the Chicago beach. It was a queer beach. All the gays. I don't miss how busy it was, though. I will say. It was very busy. But the sand was beautiful white sand that's very ocean sand esque, but then it was lake water, so you didn't have like the salty water on your mouth when you were. It was like the perfect combination of both. At our big beach, the one I go to, you pay for parking, which helps pay for the concession stand, beach cleanup, and the winter sand fences, and helps fund all the other park improvements throughout the city. If you live in my city limits, you register with the city and get free parking. Last summer, they created a shuttle service. Oh, interesting. It's so interesting with like the it like pays for parts of like taking care of the beaches and stuff, which I'm not necessarily opposed to. But is that not what our taxes are for? Like, not trying to be facetious or like silly. Like, literally, am I wrong? Like, I'm willing to be wrong, but isn't that what that's supposed to be for? Don't we already pay for that? Like, why am I paying twice? Hi, Sai. Welcome in. It's good to see you. Elism. Parking is rough in some cities. I never knew how much of a parking industry there was until I visited New Orleans for the first time, and there was like no street parking available. We were in like like main city proper, but and then the only parking that was really we could find was these parking garages, and we needed a safe spot too because we had all of my stuff from college in the back of our car at the time, and the garages were like $50 a night. I was like, that is half the price of our hotel for the night just to park our car. Thank you for the quiet hello, love. Welcome in. I hope you have a good day. Real fig. Real as heck. Sadly. Can I have a creature that we don't have donated already, please? Where's my pond? I feel like I haven't donated a lot of pond fish. Can you populate a fish for me here? Yeah, I feel like it's really different everywhere. Like I wouldn't say it's like super specific to like a region. I just feel like certain areas have monetized parking because we were talking to some of the locals about it outside of our hotel as my parents befriended a bunch of random locals while they were drinking outside. Um and they were like, yeah, like there's essentially like I don't know if it's one corporation or one family, but they have essentially like monopolized the parking in New Orleans. And so now you have to like pay so much when you didn't used to have to. Meanwhile, I was like, y'all are not prioritizing the right things. I'm going to bed early because our hotel, without me knowing, had a rooftop pool in downtown New Orleans. And I was like, I can't swim there tonight because we got in at like midnight. I was like, I absolutely will be going to bed now so that I can wake up super early so that I can go swim in that rooftop pool before we have to check out. I will not have been at a hotel with a rooftop pool and not have used it. I won't. And ironically, I was the only one in it in the morning. There was one guy sitting out there, but he wasn't swimming. Listen, there was some tales to tell on that journey. My parents decided that as my graduation gift, we were going to go on a road trip after I graduated from school with all of my stuff from college, all of it, all of my furniture, everything jam-packed in the back of our car. And if you've gathered anything from conversations we've had on stream, including today, you can gather that my parents are very interesting. TM. So there was some good stuff, but there was also some bad stuff, including a random blowout fight in a random fast food restaurant at one point. My dad deciding that despite the signage saying that we needed to pay for parking when we were in DC, that he didn't need to pay for parking and going into the Smithsonian and almost getting our car with all of my belongings towed away in a random city near the very beginning of our trip. My dad deciding that for whatever reason to torture me, even though the trip is literally supposed to be for me, he's gonna go to a booth thingy in DC and buy a Trump hat that I now have to walk around with him wearing, despite my pleas. So it was not all fun and games, I will say. It was an experience, TM. Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm wearing my T-shirt from working at the LGBT Resource Center at school that says queer resistance. No, queer joy is resistance. And I really had to wonder what people walking around thought of us. Atrocious behavior. Actually, take it back, D. I don't know where mine went. Actually, yeah. Well, they didn't. Mine didn't used to be. I left for college, and they got sucked into the pipeline. Sadly. And then you ask my mom what she thinks about politics. If we were all standing together and you could tell what I thought, and you could tell what my dad thought. You ask my mom what she thinks about politics. She says, I don't like to think about politics. They make me sad. So, literally, the epitome of. Okay, so I think we donated all we need to now. 2016 changed families. It really did. I've told the story before where my mom was taking me to change my bank over before I moved to Chicago, and our appointment got mixed up. That was the bank's fault. I don't know what happened there, and they weren't able to give us another appointment until 2 hours later because it was COVID and they were only allowing one. I mean, it's still COVID, but they had COVID precautions going, and they were only allowing one customer in at a time for like longer sessions of things that they needed. So I was like, we should go home because home is 15 minutes away across the bridge. And my mom But my mom hates driving across the bridge to Minnesota from my house in Wisconsin for some reason. I don't know why. It's really not that big of a deal. Um, so she's like, no, we'll just stay here in the car. And I'm like, okay, I mean, fine. I don't really care. We can stay here in the car for 2 hours. She starts watching Grey's Anatomy on her phone, which is also fine. I like Grey's Anatomy. I'm watching a little bit with her. I'm scrolling on my phone, whatever. Well, this is like right when the election is happening between Trump and Biden. And I guess she like looks at something on her phone that tells her, you know how like in the election time you can usually tell a little bit in advance who's gonna win. She must be looking at something with that, and it's telling her that Biden is very likely to win. And she says to me, isn't that so sad, or something like that. And I was like, I literally sat there for like a second being like, why would she ask me that? She knows I'm gonna say. She knows what I'm gonna say. Like, this is a weird question. I was like, no, I'm glad. Then she instigates a political conversation she's not at all ready to have. She's like, well, I think it's sad because he supports late term abortion. I said, Mom, no, he doesn't. Did you read any of his policies? No. Exactly what I thought. He does not support late term abortion. He's not even very left, Mom. If you actually read any of his policies, you would know that actually most of us who are on the left didn't like him either. He was just the better of two evils at the time. Anyways, we get into a fight because my mom is obsessed, for whatever reason, specifically with the topic of late term abortion as her one political hill she wants to die on, even though she knows nothing about politics in any other capacity. It makes no sense, but she says she's religious, and I'm like, okay, but you literally don't even read the Bible, don't go to church, don't. You couldn't even answer questions about your own religion if I tried, but all right. So she gets into this conversation, and eventually I'm just like so irritated. I'm like locked in this car with her, basically. She's instigating a conversation I know she knows that she doesn't want to have, and that is not going to go well for her. And then she's getting annoyed with me, and I'm like, you started this. And I said to her, why do you care more about hypothetical children that you have no relationship to? Hypothetical, not even children, like embryos, than the child that you have sitting in front of you that the man that you're trying to vote for wants to actively make it so that I don't have rights. Your kid, the one you made, I'm right here. And she's like, you don't have to make it like that, like personal like that. I'm like, it is personal like that. And then we stopped talking because she got her feelings hurt when I told her the truth. So that's how fun political conversations go with my parents. Now, it didn't used to. It used to be fine. They used to be ignorant, but not like, you know? Ooh, I'll have to see it when it comes out, Puppo. See, Pandas and Chill Out would have been seen. I would have stared at stared and thought about us for a while, to be honest. Yeah. Okay, I will keep that in mind, Meg. That's good to know. Okay, I need to hit trees. Yeah. Unfortunately, my mom is just like not knowledgeable, so she just absorbs whatever my dad says. And he's been very much taken down the Trump pipeline, and a lot of it has to do with the fact that he he feels like he struggled a lot in his life. And so therefore he doesn't like the way the left talks about like white poor people. And I've had many conversations with him. I don't know if I made any headway at all. I'm going to be honest, but I always try about the fact that it's like, yes, Dad, you did struggle. You struggled economically, and that was not good, and you should have had more resources. You went to bad schools when you were younger. You didn't get your degree. You had to work really hard in manual labor jobs. All of that is true. But if you had to do all of that and you were a person of color, especially a black person, you would have a whole nother host set of problems to deal with on top of what you already dealt with. I told him, I said, Dad, when you were young, when you were a teenager, you got caught selling drugs to a police officer. But you were young enough that you got hit with a massive fine and you got hit with a massive fine that you have to pay, but you didn't go to jail. If you were a person of color, you would probably be in the prison system. You only got away with that because you were a young white man. Sorry to tell ya, but he doesn't listen. All right, so we have our 30 regular wood that we need. We need 30 of this and 30 of this and 30 iron. But what we can do is go to Toasty's Island and start grabbing stuff that we put out for ourselves, because I think we have access to our airport now. Yeah, not only that, but then if you get 10 years in prison, the amount of time it's like difficult for folks to get out of that system. The fact that he got to have a record that let him still get jobs. His name's Axel. I don't mind him, honestly. He's all right. He has a funny he says wonk, which really amuses me. Deep breath is a good idea. Uh, if you've never been here before, you don't know what we do when we do our deep breath redeem. We just go through 3 guided deep breaths where I will say 1, 2, 3, deep breath in through the nose. We'll hold it for about 2 seconds or whatever you're comfortable with. You don't have to follow our pace. And then out through your mouth. And it's just a little reminder because a lot of times, at least for myself, I'm yapping this whole time, so I don't always remember to take good deep breaths. So 1, 2, 3, deep breath in and out. 1, 2, 3, deep breath in and out. One last deep breath in. Try to see if you can make it the deepest breath that you've taken today. Let your tummy or your chest extend out. 1, 2, 3, deep breath in and out. Very good. Thank you, Herbivore. I think if people understood nuance and the idea that two things can exist at once, and said, what if I looked for the compassionate answer first, we'd live in a very different world. I do agree. The two things at once is especially applicable. I feel like a lot of people have this, like, it's kind of like, okay, this is my perspective, and I know that this perspective is correct, and you're telling me it's something different, and therefore you're telling me that I'm wrong, and I don't like that because I know I'm right. And the thing is they're not always telling you that you're wrong. Sometimes they're just letting you know that there are two different truths happening at the same time. And also, we should be more open to being wrong, but that's a whole other thing about defensiveness and feedback and yada 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 yada. I need to set up Toasty's airport. Give me 1 second. I know y'all can't see this part. Excuse me. Since I was a wee Gemini, I've always been like, yes, but both can be true at the same time. No, yeah. It's funny, Toasty's also a Gemini. I tend to flock to Gemini for some reason, even though people have a lot of negative preconceptions about them, but I've had a lot of good experiences with them. You're also a Gemini. I'm a Taurus. Fun fact. Also, we have an ad that's unsnoozable coming up in about 45 seconds as a heads up, friends, in case it's louder than me. Taurus Sun, Leo Moon, Aquarius Rising, I think. Toasty got to the doctor's office safe and sound. Don't know anything yet, but by the way, so nobody worries. Toasty, I don't know how much they want people to know, so I'm not going to be like super specific. They can tell you themselves if they want to. But you don't need to like worry about Toasty. They just had something pop up where the last time they had that, it was more serious, but none of the other more serious signs are showing up right now. So objectively, we're pretty sure they're fine, but they want to look into it just to be safe. Essentially, is the situation. But the odds of it being that thing again are extremely rare because it was extremely rare for it to happen to them in the first place. It was like a really odd set of combination of things that happened that allowed that to occur. Excuse me, Shep. Sorry, I know you're getting kind of annoyed because I'm pushing you around. But I am trying to get to the airport and you are kind of in the way. Where is Toasty's airport? Oh, it's way over here. Okay. Gemini Sun, Capricorn Moon, Capricorn Rising. Leo Sun, Pisces Moon, Scorpio Rising. Ooh, I don't know a ton about astrology, but I know a little bit. Every single guy I've dated has been an Aries. That's so funny. I'm surprised, Loki, that I don't have any Virgo in my main uh thing with how particular I can be. But I guess that's where the stubbornness of the Taurus comes in. And then the Leo is uh probably where streaming and talking to people and all that kind of comes in. And then I feel like the Aquarius is my emotional side, very emotional. Cancer Sun, Aries Moon, and Aquarius Rising. My bestie is an Aries Sun and Cancer Moon, and I think it's so sweet. That's so cute. That's very cute. Oh, Joanne. Oh no, I said it wrong. I'm sorry. Jorianne, thank you so much for the Prime sub, the brand new Prime sub. I know you can use that literally anywhere on Twitch, and I know there's a lot of options, so it means a lot that you chose to use it here and support the channel, so thank you. I hope you enjoy your C motes and your C badge and your ad free viewing, and welcome to the sub club, friend. Enjoy, enjoy. All right, the airport is open, so now we can go visit. Yep, that checks out. You know, Toasty actually used to be engaged to someone else, and there is a lot of similarities between me and their ex, and that always freaks them out a little bit. They're always like, "Why? Why?" Because we both had a May birthday. And then at one point, I said that my dream car was either a Volkswagen Beetle or a green Fiat because I like little small round cars. And their ex partner, had a green Fiat. They were like, "No, you're not allowed to get a green Fiat. That would be too much." And I think we had the exact same birthday. I'm glad that you find this space soothing, Jurian. That means a lot to me. I always like to have a calming, relaxing space. That's always my goal. So thank you for the affirmation that it's working. Romance by guessing the dream card down to the color. Everyone I date, his favorite candy is Reese's. I'm like, okay, is this a red flag? That's Toasty's favorite candy too, ironically. I like I don't know what to say my favorite candy is anymore because I was a gummy person for so long. Like that was my thing. And I still really like gummies, but they hurt my teeth, so I don't eat them as often anymore. So I could tell you like what my favorite chocolate candy is, but I wouldn't say that that's my favorite candy, if that makes sense. I don't know. I'm not a huge candy person to begin with, so that doesn't make it much easier, but I like Kit Kats and Mounds are probably two of my favorite chocolate candies. No, Lulu, what's your favorite? Oh no, not the allergic crimes. Oh, you're fine, Gemini Sun. See, why are all my, not all of them, but so many of my friends and close pals are Geminis. Hi, Banana. Thank you for doing your daily click. Welcome in. Fig, thank you for doing your daily click as well. The Virgo in you makes sense with love, herbivore. No offense intended, but I definitely see it. Sour Patch Kids, interesting. So, what is it that you're allergic to in Sour Patch Kids? I also like Twizzlers a lot, which I feel like is like kind of considered a weird random candy. I don't even know if people really consider that candy, but not the hype train. Twitch, we had one sub. Oh my gosh, the chaos. Well, I will say we're one. Oh, I need to update that. We're only one sub away from a sticker giveaway and 6 subs away from a perler giveaway. So I guess if y'all want to cause chaos during the hype train, I can't stop you. But after that, you have to put your wallets away. I'm an Aquarius, just going with the flow. Yeah, that's my rising. All right, I have limited pocket space. I need to be smart here. So we're gonna grab our resources we need for the shop first. Anonymous, thank you for the gift sub to Lil Sour Apple. Apple, enjoy your gift sub, pal. Enjoy your C motes and your C badge and your ad free viewing. Oh, what the heck? Okay, we can learn these here actually. And Jamie, enjoy your gift sub. Thank you for gifting a sub to Jamie. Bye, I'm an Aries. All right, we get to do a sticker giveaway, and we are 4 away from getting to do a perler giveaway. So very exciting. Thank you, friends, for the support. I appreciate you. I feel like we always get the most hype on like a random Wednesday or something. I'm always like, y'all are so silly. I'm not expecting that at all. Pisces, Sun, Taurus, Moon, Capricorn rising. I need to learn more about Capricorns. A lot of y'all are Capricorns. I don't know much about that sign. These DIYs, by the way, are just completely random. They were ones that I had as extra on our old island. So I just saved them for future us to give us a little head start. Oh, you have a lot of Virgo. I would not have expected that, actually. But, I mean, I guess you only learn so much through Twitch chat, but Virgo is usually very, very type A, and I feel like I've always thought of you as pretty chill energy. Anonymous. What the heck? Thank you so much for that gifty sub. To Emery, Snowtail Emery, I hope you enjoy your C motes and your C badge. Welcome all the new friends to the sub club. I hope you enjoy your C motes and your C badge. We're getting new C motes soon, by the way. I just got confirmation that they're going to be worked on in 2 weeks, and then obviously it'll take them a while to make them after that, but they get started in 2 weeks, which is very exciting. But thank you for all your kindness today, pals. I appreciate you. Aaron! Jerome! What are you doing? Aaron, thank you so much for the gift sub. Rose, enjoy your gift sub. Oh, those are some good ones. I don't know a lot about Libra either. Chat. What are you doing? Chat room. What's going on? I'm whelmed. Now I've lost track of my count, but that's okay, I can fix it. Y'all are hooligans. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, I think we hit it. I think we hit 10. So we get to do a Perler giveaway. Thank you, chat room. We will do that after the hype train ends. Very exciting. Me too, Clem. Me too. Right at the edge of the Leo cusp. The Virgo starts on the 23rd and I'm on the 26th. Oh, got you. Not the 100. Puppo, thank you. Oat, thank you for the biddies. Free the biddies, protect the city. Thank you, pal. Y'all are very kind and sweet. Thank you so much for all the support. And even if you're not someone who can financially support, which I totally understand, the economy is a poo-poo right now. Just you hanging out here, even if you're a lurker, Larry. I appreciate all of you for supporting my dreams. It helps more than you know. In terms of my goals, but also just in terms of having the company every day as someone who spends a lot of time in my house. I very much appreciate you. An inordinate amount of my friends have birthdays on the 9th. That's super fair. We have quite a few birthdays near each other in our friend group too. I forget what the month is though off the top of my head. Toasty and I have birthdays only about a month apart from each other. You another Gemini too, Blake? Let's go. I think technically I'm a cusp baby too, Puppo. I forget with what group though. Yeah. Well, I guess not super cuss. I'm May 13th, and Taurus goes from April 20th to May 20th. So if I had been born like a week later, ironically, I would have been a Gemini as well. So the fact that I flock to Geminis is interesting. Says Taurus known as practical, patient, and sometimes stubborn, and then Gemini's known as witty, adaptable, and social. All right, we'll also want to grab some of this stuff. Actually, I probably can't use customization kits yet, and we can always come back for more of our stuff. I just um, don't know if I want to make all the runs right now. June 13th. We have friends with B days on the 3rd, 6th, 9th, 10th, 14th, 16th, 25th, 26th, 28th, 30th, and then 3 on September 1st and 2 on September 2nd. Oh my gosh, that's hectic, but cool. That's very cool. My mom and my grandma share a birthday, interestingly. So my grandma had my mom on her birthday. Happy birthday, you're having a baby. So they celebrate their birthday on the same day, which I don't really know if they hate that or love that, but they shrug. Hello, Nocturnal. Welcome in. All right, what do we got here? This is just like stuff. So I'll probably grab more of the resources first. Oh, wait, that's so cute. I love that. Listen, Pigeon, I'm a part of your fan club, so thank you for the hype train, y'all. For the level 3 hype train. Y'all are heckin' cuties. I appreciate that so much. How many spaces do we have left? Not many. I mean, I don't need a lot of items with me right now. So we're probably going to have limited storage in our um, house. Chugga bugga snugga chugga choo choo. Oh yeah, definitely grab my storage shed though. 100%. Probably want to grab a garbage can too. Those are like more practical items. I must lock in. Good luck, pal. Elism. Okay. Yeah, I think we have the most useful items in our inventory right now. Oh, I can't go this way on Toasty's Island. Oops. That's a good one. All right, let's see what we've got for items that we did for recipes. New ones. We got clothesline, scarecrow, a wooden partition, a wooden bed, garden wagon, the decayed tree, wooden toolbox, bird bath, ironwood chair, and ironwood cart. We got the leaf. Oh, I'm excited. Y'all know how I feel about the leaf. And we got some of the fruit stuff too, which is awesome. In the bookshelf. And some bamboo stuff. Very good. I like it, Picasso. Oh, I should check out Toasty's stores, actually, now that I think about it. Since I don't have any cute clothes yet. What's in your store, Toast? Oh, and then after this, someone remind me to do the sticker and perler giveaway. And for those of you who are waiting on sticker or perler giveaway that you haven't gotten yet, by the way, it took an extra second because we ran out of stamps, but we just refilled our stamps, so I should be able to send those out to y'all soon. Okay, I need to think. I'm trying to create like a character for our person in this world, and so I have a ton of custom clothes saved for them. So I need not buy everything unless it like makes sense. I don't really know how to describe the character, unfortunately, which I fear is not entirely helpful, but yeah, feel free to send it to me. It might be helpful just in case. I probably could locate it, but I would put it in spoilers just in case. I always ask people to do that, just being a streamer. You know, if something were to happen and I accidentally opened the chat, I would like the extra protection if you could. We're definitely gonna need tights. Like these clothes or shoes are not great options, but some of this is good. Yeah, sure, why not? It's kind of a cute outfit. You don't have room in your pockets for this purchase. You can't send it to my house? Nar. Okay. It's okay. You got bunny stamps? Oh, that is cute. It's okay. I can come back to Toasty's place later. Oh, I should make us besties again while we're here. I don't know if we need to do it again or not. How can I add them as a friend? I don't know how it works. Heck, not that. Oh, I don't have a friend app. Is it too soon for me to befriend anybody? Is that why? I can come to your place, but I can't friend you? I feel like that seems fake. Hmm. Oh, okay, I know why. It's okay. I'll figure that out later. It's because we're on local connection. I guess you can't like become friends unless you use a networked connection, which is silly. Like if someone doesn't want to have well, you'd need Nintendo Online, I think to I don't know. I don't know how it would work if you were just doing local stuff, but nonetheless, was digging around in boxes and found the stamps I used for my wedding invites. Also, luckily, they are forever stamps because it's been 10 years and I bought a ton of them. They're black and white sketch drawings of hydrangeas. Oh, pretty. I love blue hydrangeas. I tend to have them on all of my islands. That's why I got the blue airport because I was like, listen, pretty much no matter what theme I do, I find a way to have the hydrangeas on my island. So I think it will probably be a good fit. They're really popular in New England too. I never really noticed. They aren't really where I grew up. Ooh, stretch redeem. That's a good idea actually. I'm a little crunchy. Give me 1 second, chat room. I encourage you to stretch too if you haven't. If you're bisexual, sitting, switch knees. Your back and your knees will thank you later. If you're shrimping, consider this your shrimp checkpoint. It makes a lot more sense that you were at Toasty's Island. I genuinely just thought you made a ton of progress in the 15 minutes. Papa, I don't even have terraforming unlocked yet. I'm crying. Oh, let me fix that command. I had fixed it before, but one thing that had to be sacrificed when we fixed the daily clicks was essentially Toasty had to go to a old version of my Mix It Up. Otherwise, y'all would have had to start your daily clicks over. And so, because of that, any of the ones I fixed in the last like few weeks, they went back to being unfixed. And I was like, that's fine. That is a sacrifice I am absolutely willing to make in order to save chat's daily clicks because so many of you had so many. I did not want you to lose those. All right, well, these are going to be great. We now have the wooden storage shed, which is absolutely not something we're supposed to have yet. And we have a trash can. So those will be very helpful. And I doubt we'll keep this year, but for now we can just have a little party arch. Listen, we're going for creative mode this time around. I'm using Treasure Islands. I am here to decorate. Decorating is my favorite part. So I'm not fighting that this time. Hopefully all this stuff can fit in my inventory though. Because we're still in the first version of the house. He might need me to physically have those, so I'll keep those in my pocket. I'm so excited for when we unlock the little custom codes thing because I have about 17 gazillion outfits saved for this theme. I know more about the outfits I want to wear than I know about how I'm decorating the island. Cataloging parties. They have cataloging treasure islands where you can just go and catalog all the DIYs. I am. What's a cute island without cute accessories? I feel like once I show y'all all the outfits too, it'll help give you all a sense of the vibe so that I can have um the excitement of like your guys' ideas and stuff too. I've just decided to make it the easiest. I'm gonna put everything pretty much except for Blathy's tent because I couldn't fit it on the beach so that we don't have to like terraform around them and move them twice. So for now, everything's getting shoved on the beach. On the beach each. Perfect. Bow, 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 bow. And they gave us some stuff as a reward, which I'm excited to see. That is not my vibe, but thank you so much for trying. Let's go see what these floors look like. Like, I want to hate on her, but all she does is rock around with her cute little flower basket and smile and sit under trees and fish. So it's like she's making it hard. Maybe if we give her a different fit. So, but here's the thing. I could give her a different fit, but she's still going to be wearing that helmet. I wouldn't say she's growing on me in the sense that I would keep her, but I haven't like hated it as much as I thought I would. Does that make sense? Oh, that's a cute flooring. Maybe like a hat too. We could try. We could definitely give it a try. How's our storage going? 36 out of 80. We're doing pretty good. We're not doing too bad. I should plant these cherry trees probably. I should get fruits from somebody at some point. Maybe if we just turn her into a masked lesbian. I don't even have the shop yet, though, unfortunately. I keep putting this in my inventory instead of putting it on the ground. Like, we can have a little green flooring if we want. 1 second, yeah. Thankfully, it looks like they're going to be able to do the blood work for Toasty at our PCP. You know, I should move this storage shed to be over by the town center because I can do the storage in my house. So having storage next to each other doesn't really make any sense. Yeah, they don't typically do it there, but they can. And since Toasty's situation is like a little bit more on the concerning side, I think they're just doing it out of an abundance of caution, which I appreciate because they don't have to wait as much for the results, probably. Yeah, I think it is good. We've got our work cut out for us if we're going to open by tomorrow, but I can't wait. He's like, I just gave you this, but okay. I'm like, yeah, but I don't like it. Oh, I owe y'all giveaways. Giveaways. All right, let me open that up. All right, chat room. Thanks to your kindness and generosity, we are going to do a giveaway for a sticker and for a perler. So we'll start with the sticker. We have 4 sticker options that you can choose from if you are the winner. There is a holographic gay soup, a holographic bumble booty, a retro non-binary flying pig. Don't ask me questions, I don't have them. That's an old sticker, but you can still pick it. And a retro uwu of my old face from way back in the day. If you've earned a sticker before, that's okay. You can pick one of the other ones. If you're new here or have never talked here, that's okay too. You just have to be willing to give me your address. That is the only parameter for entering the giveaway. Even if you're international, that's also fine. So I'm starting the giveaway, exclamation point giveaway in the chat if you would like to enter to win the sticker. As a heads up also, if you are the winner, this bot asks you to do exclamation point claim after, and if you don't do exclamation point claim within the minute after you winning, it does give it away to someone else. So make sure you stick around for this 2-minute period just in case you win. Hello, opossum. Welcome in. Thank you for the 26 happy flaps. Another opossum. We are lucky enough to have 2. Welcome in, pal. Thank you for entering the giveaway. Noise. I have Aaron, I have M, I have Blake, I have Opossum. The stickers are also, like, for context, they're pretty big stickers. They're like 3 inches, I would say. So, they're good for, like, laptops, etc. Notebooks. I locked in and finished 2 more slides of my book trailer, so now I just have 2 more slides to make and then do the voiceover and the finishing touches, and I can pass it in. Let's go! 1 minute left to enter, chat. If you'd like to enter to win the sticker giveaway, the only requirement is that you're comfortable giving me your address. It can be international or US based, and there are 4 sticker options. There is a holographic gay soup, holographic bumble booty, retro non-binary flying pig, and retro uwu. I like my captions attempts to say uwu, which is really, they say uwu or woo woo. Yas. 10 seconds left for any last minute Larrys. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ba 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 ba. Blake, you won the giveaway! Exclamation point claim in the chat if you could, my friend, to redeem that sticker giveaway. Perfect. Thank you, pal. And then here's the redeem form, so you can let me know which sticker you want and what your address is. Perfect. Okay, now we're going to do the perler giveaway. If you've never seen a perler, it's basically a art form that I do where there are little plastic beads and I melt them into cute shapes. On the form, it's going to let you tell me which one you prefer to have. I can't guarantee with the perlers that I can get you the one you prefer to have. The three that I currently have sitting here is my bell bag, my Animal Crossing bell bag, my quilt pattern, and my granny squares quilt, and my countryside one. So those are the best ones to pick because those are what I have left at the moment. If those interest you at all. And it's going to be the same thing. 2 minutes, exclamation point giveaway. Just need to be comfortable giving your address. Can be international. Can be new to the community. Can have received giveaways before. Doesn't matter. All right. Giveaway started. I've got banana. I don't know why I said it like that. Banana. You know, funny thing, banana, actually, I grew up, my government name, which I don't necessarily mind people knowing, is Brianna, but I go by B. So please don't call me Brianna. And when I was young, our landlord at one of our houses owned the restaurant next door, and he had an accent. And he knew how to say my name, but jokingly, to tease me as a kid, instead of saying my name, he'd say, "Oh, it's banana." And I was a kid and I was autistic and I didn't understand, so I would go, "No, it's Brianna." And he'd say, "Yeah, banana." Very amusing history of him heckling me. I'm glad you like your perler, pal. 50 seconds left to enter for any last minute Larrys. I took B's government name. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? 30 seconds left to enter the perler giveaway chat. Exclamation point giveaway if you'd like to enter to win a homemade piece of art from yours truly. Just like a little trinket for your desk. You can drill a hole in it and hang it somewhere. You can just stick it somewhere as decoration. Some people make them into keychains. Three, two, one. Banana! You won the giveaway, pal. So go ahead and take exclamation point claim in the chat. And then you can fill out this form here for me. Like I said, there's going to be perlers listed on there that aren't these three, but they have already been given away. I just need to clear them out. So countryside, Granny Square quilt, and bell bag are what I have available right now. I have another one, but that one's for Erin. I made it for their birthday. All right. Thank you for reminding me, pals. I appreciate that. Congrats to our winners, Blake and Banana. Hi, Jazz. Welcome in. I looked it up. It's the way I have no idea what y'all are talking about, but... Okay. Let me think. We do need to time travel forward today because that's when the museum and the store will open. But is there anything I want to do before we do that? I think I want to do. Where is he? I think that I apologize. I don't know why. Countryside is available. Um I'm forgetting the guy's name. What's the name of the NPC that like falls asleep on the side of your beach and you have to find his communicator parts? I think he's here somewhere. Gulliver, yes. So I think we should do that before we time travel so that we can get the. He often will give you an item of some sort after you do it. This will be my first time having my pier on the right side. I always have had my pier on the left side, so it's gonna be very interesting. Do I know OMG shoes? No. I'm really bad at references. I'm not gonna lie. The waves are ready to pull noodles. Honk, shoo, honk, shoo, snoring sounds, etc. Meow. This is me waking Toasty up in the morning. Then I can and help you. The only thing I know about shoes is damn Daniel, back at it again with the white vans. Thank you, Banana. I like your little text emoji face. I love those. I use those all the time. Do you have my pickled herring pizza? I already tipped on mine, so... Wait, I don't see a pizza. Wait, where am I? Who are you? Who am I? Oh, hang on, I know that one. I'm none Oliver than Gulliver, a seafaring seagull of the seven seas. Were you the one who kept nudging me just now? Thanks for the wake-up call. Those tasty hallucinations tend to sneak up on me. Can you find it in your heart to forgive this waterlogged bird brain? I'm reading your vacant expression as a yes. I guess I dozed off and tumbled overboard again. That's an endearing character trait of mine. My crewmates love it when I slip over the bow. Don't worry, the fellows will be here to rescue me in no time. Got an ace up my wing, you see? I mean, y'all, if it's 19 years old, I would have been like 9 or something like that. I'm bad at math. I'm only 28. Toasty's older than me, so they know some more of the references probably than I do, but no, opossum. I know my bones are really sore today because it was 75 yesterday and it's like colder today. The weather ups and downs are not going well for my bones. Well, actually, it's warmer today than it was supposed to be. It's cold in the house, then I guess. The house tricked me. I guess it's 70 right now, which I thought it was supposed to be much less today. Tomorrow's supposed to be 55 and somehow snowy. Goodbye forever, Lulu. No, I love you. Don't leave. Please. I also just for like I don't know how to say this without it sounding kind of dramatic, but I've told you all this before. My parents were both like addicts, so my childhood was very wonky. I did not consume a lot of media that kids did during my time. So I know some things, but I was a little, what's the word? In a way, sheltered. In a weird way, a little bit sheltered as a kid. So I definitely, like, there are things that people my age know that I don't know. I mean, if you want, Lulu, you can. Although I'm not inviting age chat from everyone, but Lulu asked, and so that's fine if you want to. But you don't have to either. Don't leave us. No, but you're not allowed to leave. Yeah, that's fair. To be fair, I have people in my friend group who are that age, pal, so that's okay. I'm, as they say, old for my age, whatever the phrase is, because I was parentified very young, so it doesn't surprise me that our community is made up of people who are older than I am. Not only, but in general. I always had a tendency for hanging out with people who were older than me. Even when I was young, I hung out with my teachers more than I hung out with my peers. Now, granted, I have heard that is a common um, autistic, generally AFAB uh, tendency, which I did not know until later. But I once stayed inside and cleaned my teacher's desk that I liked instead of going outside to play because I found playing outside, well, one, I wasn't very sportsy, but also like sensory wise. Like not doing their taxes. Yeah. My parents are they're something. Salad fingers sounds vaguely familiar. There was also references that I definitely kind of saw, um, but autistically did not understand too. So there's like many aspects of this. The humor that was popular, I often was like, huh? What? Who? Why do we think this is funny? What? Fancy slacks. No thanks. Listen, I trust you, Aaron. No, me either. Toasty tries to get me to watch comedians. I'm like, Toasty, there's nothing more than nothing that makes me cringe more than people purposefully trying to make me laugh. I like laughing, I like being entertained, but not in the way that most comedians do it. There's a few comedians I've enjoyed here and there, but there's something about the fact that they're standing there purposefully trying to make me laugh that like kind of takes me out of the environment, if that makes sense. That sounds familiar. Is that the Charlie bit my finger? The only comedians I found that I find funny are comedians who are more like within like the identities that I hold, and they'll make jokes in reference to those types of like queer things and stuff like that sometimes. Um like recently I watched the recent uh season of The Traders, and Ron, I forget his last name, was on there, and he's a comedian, and I've gotten a couple of his bits on my For You page, and I actually find them pretty funny. Um, he, he had one where he was like, so I went on The Traders, and I thought this was just gonna be like a fun game show. I didn't really know what I was getting myself into. And whatever, I got a lot of hate on the internet after, yeah, they were making fun of me for being black, being queer, all that kind of stuff. And I told him, I said, I've been on the internet for like 20 years. You're gonna have to do more than that to get me. But then I started getting a different kind of message from people in my DMs saying, You're gonna have to try do better than that, internet. And then I started getting different kind of DMs saying things like, it was really important for me and helpful for me to see an autistic adult on TV. Now, for context, at this point in time, Ron does not know he's autistic, okay? And he's like, at first I just ignored it. But it just kept being more and more and more messages like that. And I thought maybe the internet is on to something here. So I went and got myself tested, and turns out the internet can be right sometimes. Which, to be fair, he has an autistic son, so like it's not entirely surprising. Like a diagnosed autistic son. But it was just very funny. In one season, basically 2 people got diagnosed as autistic. Well, got not one was not formal. Rob Roush also, somebody made a TikTok video being like, these are my points as to why I think Rob Roush is autistic. And Rob commented on, which is the guy from Love Island, and Rob commented on it and said, yeah, I would agree, probably. Doctors scare me, so I haven't looked into it. Like, okay, Rob. He does have some pretty, his siblings are queer and disabled, so I think that's fair. Alright, I think that's it for what we need to do for today, so we can time travel forward a day. Does Dropout have things that aren't just TTRPGs? Question mark? Or is that all that's on there? Lots of shows. Oh. Maybe I should look into it. I thought that was just a platform for TTRPGs, I'm not gonna lie. And I don't usually find that I super love my attempts to watch TTRPGs. I think M has offered that too. So, from someone, mayhaps. Toasty's always trying to get me to have more shows that I watch without them anyway, so it's probably a good idea. Hello, Midori. Welcome in. I really try to watch them because I know they can have some really solid content in them. Even one of my favorite creators, literally the creator that helped me figure out that I was non-binary, is currently hosting a TTRPG on their channel. And I was like, wow, this must be the opportunity for me to finally watch a TTRPG because I love them. So I feel like I one second. I love them in theory, and I've played, so I'm like, okay, I should like this, but then I just didn't without the visual and stuff. Okay. I've never heard of the meatloaf comment. Interesting. PowerPoint show, food show. I'm thinking about getting into, this is not on Dropout, but we were talking about media. After watching The Traders this season, I'm also thinking about going to watch Kristen's cooking show, Top Chef. I've been getting some clips of it on my FYP on TikTok. I'm like, I'm intrigued. I need to plant an apple tree too. The something hockey, women's hockey league? Professional women's hockey league? Is that? Have I? Okay. No, but well, not for a minute. You talked about it a little while back. Um Toasty and I actually watched the American Cup yesterday, which was really interesting because it was a format they've never used before, which was it was men's and women's gymnastics at the same time. And I kind of thought I was going to be a hater, but I sort of enjoyed it. I'm not going to lie. It was kind of fun. I don't have enough interest in the men's to watch them separately on their own, but I didn't mind watching them between the women's routines, and that variety was kind of nice. And apparently, they might be mimicking a similar format to that for the Olympics this upcoming year. I don't know exactly in what way, but the caster had mentioned it. Hi, Dana. Welcome in. I don't actually know why that person was marked as suspicious, but they used the term re, and I didn't like that. So I was like, you're marked as suspicious and you did that. Gotta go. I know M watches a lot of ice skating clips, or ice skating, professional ice skating, if you need someone to like help get into it. I've been saying I want to get into women's basketball low key because I see so many fun clips and conversations from Coach Jackie. I'm like, I couldn't remember why they were marked as suspicious, and I was like, yes, yesterday, no, the last stream we had, they like immediately came in and asked for Discord access, and I was like, oh, I don't know about this. Okay, I think this is what we need, right? The better tools recipe. Like which I've heard to understand is like shorthand for a slur, like the R word, or like a weird way. I don't know. I've heard it's like ableist. I don't know the details. It's unfortunately kind of common in the gaming space. I see it a lot. Oh, I'm in the wrong place for time travel. I'm being silly. Yeah, I'll look it up so I can give a better explanation. I think it's associated with Pepe as well. I've seen it with it anyways. Yeah, it's like related to 4chan, like off like alt-right. It's supposed to be like a scream of an autistic person throwing a tantrum, and it related with Pepe and some kind. It's not good. It's not on a good side of the internet. Yeah, it's no bueno. So, they're gone now. I am being much more strict with my block and bans this year. And to be honest, it really is hard for me as someone who overthinks about things, but I saw a quote this year that I really resonated with, which was, I think I put it in the affirmations channel. Um, it said, "Your boundaries have to be stronger than your empathy." And I feel like that could be taken the wrong way, but I think it has a really good point, which is like, it's easy to let your empathy overtake your boundaries in terms of like, sure, I could think about that person might not know what that means. And now you've just blocked and banned them and they didn't know what it means. You know, yada, yada, yada. Like you can come up with explanations for these types of things. And something I just like realized is that I was letting myself be uncomfortable in my own stream space for a while there with people who technically didn't break the rules, technically didn't do this, da, 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 da. Because I empathize with them and I empathize with the fact that, you know, sometimes we as neurodivergent folks make social mistakes, but also like there's like a bazillion broadcasters on Twitch, and so this doesn't have to be the space they have to be in if I'm not comfortable. Um, Not really. There was somebody that we blocked and banned today, and it kind of just led to a conversation about like my goals for this year in general to be more um cautious with like more protective of the space by being more open to blocking and banning people even if what they did wasn't like egregious if they're making anybody uncomfortable, including myself, if that makes sense. I don't know if that's what you were asking in reference to. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I always feel weird about it, but we're doing it anyway this year, chat room. And that's good. Okay, we got something from Gulliver as a present. Oh, maybe those apples. I'm having a harder time with like the save data not always saving. Um, at the end, I don't know if I need to do something specific to make sure that it saves before I go to the next day. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you, pal. I think if I wind up streaming tomorrow, I'm gonna play some Cult of the Lamb chat room. I miss our cult. I need to check in on him. I should probably do some work tomorrow, though. We'll see what wins out, my desire for Cult of the Lamb or... I don't have our YouTube video for next week ready yet, because yesterday I did not have a productive bone in my body. But we'll see. I think it's okay to sometimes not have a YouTube video every week as well. Oh, enjoy the brain cell, my friends. I should add some to our personal affirmation command, as Aaron has put so many good ones in our Discord. I could just grab a bunch of them from there. Ooh, exciting. No, I missed him. Well, I got that one at least. I missed the ladybug though. I need to start uploading this to our VOD channel too. Figure out how to differentiate it from our other Animal Crossing series. Which, by the way, this is nobody else's responsibility. But I started that Animal Crossing series that we did with our last island with Citrus, and I was posting on the VOD channel. And for, I don't know, the 6 months or whatever we were working on it, I was calling that series Animal Crossing 2025 Island. Actually, that's still what it's currently labeled because I haven't had the spoons to go through and change all of them yet. And I was like, Bessie, why did nobody tell me it's 2026? Why did everybody let me have it out there as 2025? Ooh, I'm excited. Oh, they got their houses. I don't know why I wasn't expecting that for some reason. I forgot that their house is also upgraded. Hers is so pink. Oh my god. It's still 2020. Real. Oh, that's right. She doesn't have like good furniture. She says like the starter furniture. She's like, oh, I don't have a tent anymore. I'm like, girl, I know. I just walked into your house. Duh. Love you, but a rose bed and a bunch of exercise equipment. Interesting. Well, that's fine. I'm not trying to keep her, so no offense to her. Your house is so much more green than I expected considering how blue you are. Wonk. It's got walls, a floor, and even a ceiling. I can finally do jumping jacks without ripping a hole in my house. I actually kind of love him. I don't know why. He's funny. I like his wonk and his bayang. We might have to time travel another day to get this shop fully open. But before we keep going, I think I need a little stretch break and to get some fresh water. So I will BRB after just a little bit. I encourage you to also check in. Do you need some water, meds? I also need to take my lunch meds, actually. I'm late on that. Stretch, all the good things. Take care of yourself for a few minutes. Check in with your body. If you have a body that doesn't always tell you those things, this is a good time to see how you're feeling, what you might need. And I will see you in just a few. Burp. Hello, friends. Welcome on in. Thank you for your patience. Oliver, please go raid and fade. I hope you feel better. Thank you for bringing your friends over, thinking of us, and everything. But hello, hello. Let me go ahead and scroll up and say hi to friends as well. Y'all are so cute. I feel like I have a unique ability to go on break right when we get a raid. But Ruby, welcome in. Ghoul, thank you for the happy flap. Let's see. Buttercup, welcome in. Thank you for the Holly raid. Pugsy, welcome in. Is it Florence? Flursons? I don't know how to say that. Let me know what you like to be called, pal. GB, welcome in. Hello, hello. Ellie, welcome in. Rio offline. Hello, welcome in. Elin Peelin, hello, welcome. Watery Witch, welcome in. Scarlet, hello. Kim, hello. Welcome, welcome. Hi, friends. Oh, y'all are so kind. Thank you for telling me not to rush. I appreciate you. We're just doing a wee little stretch break. We were hunting for freckles. Oh my gosh. I got like 800 plus tickets into looking for freckles recently, and I wouldn't say this is why I restarted my island, but I did get sick of villager hunting and I did restart my island. I hope you're able to find freckles with more ease than we were able to. But thank you so much again. Take care of yourself. And if any of you are new here and you don't know me, my name is B. I use they, them pronouns. I am a queer and disabled full time cozy VTuber here on Twitch. We do sensory friendly, lurk friendly content. That means whatever game we're playing, or if we're crafting or yapping, we try to keep the vibes pretty low sensory so folks don't get overwhelmed with no loud alerts, songs, etc. It's not perfect, but that's kind of the goal, to create a really cozy space for folks to be able to parallel play, co-work, etc. So if that sounds like your cup of tea and you would like to vibe with us, feel free to hit the follow button, but if not, that is okay. If you also need to raid and fade alongside Hollifer, that's alright too. But welcome on in. We are at the very beginning of a fresh Animal Crossing reset, trying to hit 3 stars. The theme that we're going to be going for with this island, ideally, is Scandinavian inspired city. Is what I'm going to try to do, but I have never done city core before. So I'm pretty nervous and unsure what my capacities are. I'm usually more of a natural island kind of person, but we're going to see what we can do. So it's just like early game achievements and stuff for right now. Welcome on in. Thank you, GB. I appreciate that. And thank you for the follows. We do keep our followers anonymous, so I don't call anybody out unless they choose to say hi in chat themselves. But I do want you to know I appreciate them. So, welcome, welcome. We should try and see if we can get our item of the day in our trees too, but I don't want to get stung by a bee, ideally. We also finally have our ladder, so we should go check out our upper levels some point today. We just got our store unlocked yesterday, and the museum is on the day of construction. So that's where we're at right now. Heck you, wasp. You try to sting me, but you don't know I'm a pro. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Fields of Mystria. Yes, I'm really happy that you're having fun with it, E. Feel free to join us in our little cozy game sessions at night anytime. I would love to watch you play if you are ever free / having spoons. Because Toasty and Leanna have both been playing that game really consistently right now, too. Um, Usually around 9 p.m. That's just by like luck and happenstance, though. 9 p.m. EST, I should say. So whatever that is in your time, you'll have to convert. Thank you for doing your daily click herbivore. Tonight we're going to be watching Survivor in there. And then we'll probably hang out after, which will be a little later, probably like 10. 9:30? I think Survivor is an hour and a half now that we're back to normal episodes. You'll be on Paris time. Is there like a shorthand for that when I'm searching? Like how it's EST here, or do I just type Paris time? CEST, okay. Good to know. But right now you're still in PNW time, right? It even looks French. That's funny. 6 hours ahead, so like 3 p.m. your time when you're in Paris is usually when we hop on for gaming and hanging out at night. Is it 3 a.m.? Does it go that way? If you're ahead? Uh-oh. You're probably not going to be awake at 3 a.m. We might have to catch you on our occasional weekend hangouts that are earlier in the day on Saturdays. Although I did see someone play for 7 hours the other day, so maybe. Maybe sometimes. Who? I don't know. I don't know. All I want to do is use this emo right here back because you're responding in emotes, which makes me want to do this. I wonder if this coin hat will sell for a good amount. 'Cause I'm definitely not going to wear that. Of course, they think their time is the time. Listen, I can't hate on them too much considering the quality of the protesting there, but there's other things that... But also, as an American, I have no leg to stand on disrespectfully, actually. Oui. Makes me think of Cousteau. We had Cousteau on our island. He would say oui oui. Because he was French. He, apparently can be one of your starters, because when I was refreshing a bunch of, the maps, he would show up sometimes. Ironic after I obviously villager hunted for him. We need, scared away the ladybug again. We need Nook Miles, and I know there are Nook Miles achievements for how much weeds you pick up, so I'm just kind of... Hello, C. Thank you for the quiet hello. I hope you're doing good. C being here reminds me to remind you all, actually, that we're going to be doing a long stream on Sunday as part of the Baddies Wear Masks raid train for long COVID awareness, and we're going to be doing some mutual aid fundraising as a heads up. I put it in the Disky and the website, but in case you get your news from stream only or you missed it. We do have an exciting day on Sunday, and I'm pretty sure there are like stickers y'all can earn that are like Baddies Wear Mask stickers, so that's pretty cool too. Okay, so this is the museum under construction. Is the shop under construction? No. Perfect. Yes, it's gonna be good. I got very lucky that the person in front of me and behind me in the raid train are people I know and really trust and respect, so I feel good. Raid trains kind of scare me sometimes when they have people in them I don't know, because I don't like raiding people I don't know. Because I'm very particular about wanting to send my community to safe places, and I've made mistakes on it too, so it happens, but... Yes, give me the clothes shop. I was worried when I heard you were all moving to a deserted island, but this is much nicer than I imagined. It's so nice, even though we haven't been here all that long. In just a short time, Blathers has moved in and we were able to open up this shop. Experiencing new things every day has been a lot of fun. I'm so pleased to hear that. Actually, I came here today to check in on you all and see if you need assistance with anything. It's our way of celebrating your new shop. You know, we sisters like to help whenever we can. Any ideas come to mind? You're too kind, Mabel. We're just a little overwhelmed that you even thought to come visit us. Oh, hey, I think... Something come to mind? Well, we still have some logistical challenges to overcome. We depend on mail orders for a lot of our goods. Having this shop should make it a bit easier for us to obtain ready-made furniture and stuff like that, but we still need a clothing supplier. Aha! Something tells me that today is your lucky day. As it turns out, it's not really that difficult for us to get to this island. How about if I stop by every so often to sell some of our wares to your wonderful island dwellers? Oh wow, do you really mean that? Our residents will be so overjoyed. Ah, yes, congratulations, love. I'm proud of you. We recently just got our mine for the first time and renewed Toasties. Hello, IRL Toasty.
To work meeting.
Okay, love you.
I love you.
I'm gonna open my window a little bit. Give me one sec. I am, no pun intended, toasty. So I'm letting some cold air come in. I suppose with that settled, I should head home. Oh, I keep forgetting to turn the music off for y'all, sorry. I suppose with that settled, I should head home and work out the details with my sister. Yes, please do that. We can't wait to see you here again. She's so cute. Although I still can't ever not look at her and think Sonic. Our shop is named in honor of our beloved President Nook used to run. Welcome to Nook's Cranny, and as you can see, we're offering ready-made furniture items that can't be made as DIY projects. Also in the back cabinet with the tools and other miscellaneous goods, we have wallpaper and flooring. We hope to fulfill all your shopping needs. Cute. Oh wait, my pockets are literally full right now. Let me sell. Turnips. I heard that the turnip market is about to take off here on the island. You should probably see a turnip seller soon. We'll buy any turnips you have on hand. The price is set in the morning and afternoon, so be sure to stop by. But we don't accept turnips on Sundays. That's the day the turnip seller visits the island. The second new service involves hot item of the day. The hot item will change every day. If you bring one in to sell, we'll give you double its normal price. You can check the hot item of the day on the sign in front of the shop or by asking us directly. And the last new service is our drop-off box. You can find it in front of the shop. Say you're in a hurry or the shop is closed. You can just drop off any items you want to sell. Easy, right? We'll pay you later by sending the funds directly into your bank account, and I should mention a few things. There is a handling fee, and we don't accept turnips, and hot items will sell for their regular price. And I think that wraps it up. Sorry about that. That explanation went on for a bit. How can I help? Timmy was yapping. Shocker. With the voting laws in my state, I had to have it because my birth certificate didn't match my ID from getting married years ago. And obviously, why would it be the same? And I couldn't vote without my passport, which has my married last name. Voter suppression at its finest, indeed. Truly. I'm glad you were able to get it sorted, though. Yeah, we got ours just, being disabled, and then they're both me and Toasty being trans. We just were like, I think having a passport seems wise. We technically, our stuff matches everything in terms of that aspect, but we were just kind of like, this can't hurt. Yeah, it's a pain, but I mean, I will say the process once you get your birth certificate is not too bad. Just a lot of paperwork. Alright, let's get ourselves a wetsuit. It's not the cutest one. Well, actually, we can just, get a cuter one at the plaza. That's a pretty umbrella, Loki. I think we have this one already. Yeah. I don't have that one, though. One second. Good. Now we have some more DIY recipes. I suppose, given the hotel and HHP, I should just buy pretty much any flooring and stuff we don't have. I was originally thinking for a second there that I'd get ones that made sense with our theme, but we should just catalog quite a few. Have a good rest of your day, Blake. Congrats again. I hope you have a good day. Later on, I'll just catalog literally everything, but since we're not low on money, but I don't know what our money is gonna be moving forward. I'll just get a few. Get us started, because we don't have that much storage right now either. We do have a good number of Nook miles now, though, and I'm like, what do we want to get? Mini DIY? And all the wood ones is what we got in that set. Very good. I really forgot how much there is to do before the 3-star nonsense, Loki. We haven't even started the 3 houses yet. And we've been going as well. Yes, of course. Don't worry about a thing. We can set up your getaway package to include a lovely furnished home. Oh, not at all. We'll set up your move in date at a later time. No trouble at all. I just need to draw up the proper contracts. Understood. We will get back to you very soon. So, one of you said this earlier. We should go villager hunting before putting the furniture down for the houses? Is that how that works? We have 3 interested parties. Yes, it's quite wonderful, thank you. Wonderful except for one minor detail. None of our applicants are too fond of the notion of sleeping in tents, you see. I'm afraid I got caught up in the excitement of persuading them to move here, and I may have promised them fully furnished homes. 3 homes, setting aside the land, preparing, all the furnishings. It's just too much for one raccoon. No worries, love. Enjoy your nap. Good luck with therapy. See you later for Survivor. Here you are in my hour of need. It most certainly must be fate. Oh, yeah, certainly, Tom Nook. Would you help me get these homes prepared? Yes, I'm pretty sure that's correct. Of course, I will have to give you a good and proper thank you for your assistance. As if I have a choice. Thank you so much. I'll never forget this. Oh, you're going to need some top secret instructions. When you are ready, come talk to me. Use the phrase, "What should I do?" Agent Nook out. This is fun. He's so goofy. I should have opened up my window earlier. It feels nice with the little cold air. blowing in. Wow. Do I need anything else? Not at the moment, I don't think. Oh, this is where we get our bridge. Okay, nice. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. The multi-crafting is elite. Placing the plots before you go hunting, but not submitting the furniture until after you've invited someone. The plots can only get bought by someone randomly if all furniture is placed. Okay, that makes sense. I wonder if I do like villager hunt, put the items down for that house after I've invited them, then villager hunt, then put the items down. I might try it that way. I feel like that might have a better chance of success then. Yes, Erin, let's go. Listen, I already have 2 random villagers if I can help it. Well, we might not get dreamies right away. I only have like 40 tickets or something like that. So we'll see. The fact that I have 10 dreamies helps. I think this side of the island will be most important for a bridge since that's where a lot of the houses and the shops will be on the bridge. Bow, 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 bow. Oh, maybe I can't pay for that one. Oh yeah, because we constructed it. That makes sense. Ah, B, hello, hello. So, did you find a good place to deploy your bridge construction kit? Splendid. Excellent work. Thank you. And tomorrow we'll have a new bridge up and it'll be even easier to get around the island. Now that that's out of the way, it's time to start on some homes. We can wait for bridge construction to finish if you want, or just ask me what should we do whenever, Oh, that's right. You can put down one of the plots at a time, I think. So we could do it that way. Now we have a good number of these. Pretty good tools, recipes. I thought I bought this already. Must not have. Or it didn't save. Forget what this does, but I'll grab this. Hi, Peachy. Welcome in. It's weird that it doesn't ask you if you want to make another purchase. I feel like every other part of this game is like smart enough to ask you that, and this thing is just like oh, I want the green one, so I might wait on that. Thank you, Peachy. I appreciate that. Oh. I guess since it's time sensitive, I'll just grab this. Okay. Trying to think, is there anything else we want to do before we time travel forward one more day so that we can have Blathy's museum open? I don't know. Excuse me. Peachy, thank you for the 7 stream streak. Oh, didn't work. I must already hit that one. Took me way longer to realize that than it should have. Don't look at me wasting my shovel hits. We could continue our weed collection as well. Because we still have a bunch up here we have to get. No worries. Take care. Elism. Something I will never not appreciate in every playthrough of Animal Crossing is the audio. I've been watching a few people a little bit play Pocopia. It's not like super my thing, but I've watched a little bit from some of my friends who have played. And the one thing about that game I do seem like love as an outsider is the audio. It's very cute. The ASMR is kind of wild. It's like very, there's lots of little like watery bloop sounds. I was watching Sleepiest play this morning while I was getting ready. But if you're like me and you have a desire to play Pokopia one day, but you don't feel like it's logical for you to buy one right now, something that was really helpful for me to think of was Pokopia is not going anywhere. It can feel like you have to get it right now because everybody else is playing it right now. But that is simply not true. You can wait until there's more games out to make sure it makes sense for you before investing. And you could still play Pokopia one day. Oh, a legendary. That's cool. I feel like that's good luck so early in the game. I will say, although I do enjoy watching Pokopia, all of my Animal Crossing streamers are playing Pokopia right now. So my current Animal Crossing fixation is not being fed the way it was before. I'm like, wait, come back. Baby, come back. I think we're going to have to wind up essentially probably flattening this island, which I've never had to do before. But I feel like the way that City Core kind of works, like, I don't know. We'll see. Hi, Nerdy Becca. Welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you. I hope you've been well, pal. Also, probably going to wind up getting rid of most of these roses. Because low key, the roses are probably my least favorite flower in game. But 'twas worth it for all the other island features. No, Lulu. That's the worst. My perler boards, because of the heat from the iron, they get a little warped. I try really hard to put them under heavy things after so they kind of flatten, but it's not 100%. And because they're warped, it's very easy for me to kind of bonk them like on one of the raised edges, and that sometimes messes up my whole perler design. I'm like, hey, nah. Hi, Alyssa. Thank you for the 62 months. Holy crap, that's a long time. I love you so heckin' much. I know you watch a lot of different streams, and the fact that you continue to choose to use your Prime here means a lot to me. I love you. I hope you're doing good. Mwah. Under the protective thingy and then flattened it seemed to do pretty well. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, I talked to my friend Lorf about it because she's been purling for a really long time and is pretty knowledgeable on purling. And it did make me feel better for her to say that hers also warp and that it's kind of just par for the course. She said low heat was like the only recommendation they really had was to like be more patient and be willing to melt it on low heat if you can. And I was like, you want me to be patient, doggy? Um, but otherwise, like, it just kind of happens, and eventually you have to buy new ones, sadly. The weather's been nice. You've been walking. Let's go. Yeah, it was way nicer here than it was supposed to be today. Not that it was ever going to be bad today. It was supposed to be in like the 60s, which is still very nice, but it actually got up to 70. But now it's pretty gray and cooled off a bit for the evening, which is nice because I have a little cool breeze coming in on me, which I like. So rude, actually. Did we find our bottle for today yet? I feel like we didn't, but then I also haven't seen one. This is the least amount of beach I've ever had on a map, to be honest. This particular map has a lot of big rock formations and also quite a big, what are they called? The little, when you have a little piece of land poking out into the beach. This front beach is probably like the biggest beach. Peninsula is probably the correct word, but I don't think that's what they call it in Animal Crossing. Or maybe I'm losing my marbles, who knows? That's always a possibility. Okay. I must have got it. Alright, chat room. I'm feeling pretty eepy, so I'm going to give myself a little space to rest. I promised myself this week I'd be good since we're going to be streaming for like 8 hours on Sunday.